Ja, na, die schauen, ob schon. Und wo ist die Kamera genau, in die ich reinschauen soll? Ist es diese? Okay. Good morning and welcome at the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna for our conference on strategic review on global hotspots, which will be organized by the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy. It's a pleasure for the Diplomatic Academy to be a partner in such an undertaking, because it's obviously a good timing to do a strategic review. We have a new administration in the United States. We have a self-confident and quite active China and Chinese foreign policy. We have new digital possibilities and cyber possibilities which may relate to difficulties in our cyber responses. And we have a post-COVID world hopefully very soon. So that means that it might be the case that stock taking can include looking at a lot of changed situation. And the second reason why we are happy to do it here, because I think it's high time that it's not only the big powers that look into global hotspots, which seemingly are not so close to a country like Austria, but actually, as we all know, this is all a global village. And nowadays we have to talk about global hotspots. This morning there is a chance to go through the world from one region to the other and to look for differences, but also to look for commonalities. The world certainly has not become less dangerous after COVID, but we will learn and see how these changes will play out. And I do say that also for those of our students of the Academy who joined us this morning, that please allow for the fact that some of the views that you will hear are from a Central European, Austrian or German, in one case, perspective, and maybe you can look at them from your own view a little bit differently. But we'll see where we are. We'll see how optimistic or pessimistic our speakers will be. I tend to be a pessimist, because an optimist is someone who has not been informed enough about everything. But having said this, Werner, it's a pleasure to be with you again, and I pass on to the president of the IES. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I really want to welcome also from our behalf, on behalf of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy. It's my pleasure to present you today an event with the title Strategic Review on Global Hotspots. As you know, many institutions, many institutes present at the beginning of a year more or less a review on the status quo of the world, or of a specific situation in the continent, and so do we. Or let me say, we did already, because it was Major General Fritz Weber who wrote an essay on this status of the world. Yeah, yes, now I hear that there were problems with the language. Okay, we got the sound. So I really want to welcome you once again, and want to say that we want to present you not only a general review on the status quo and the developments in the world, but we thought it would be interesting to go really and directly into the hotspots. And therefore, we want to present you a few presentations the whole morning until 1 p.m. concentrating on the one hand on European problems, Africa, Middle East, South Asia, Southeast and East Asia, especially also the South China Sea, and also the space. And insofar we try not to lose too much time and will start immediately and go into the program. And the first one to speak is Ambassador Dr. Martin Sajdik. Martin Sajdik was a student in this house. He graduated from Tresanum, studied law in Vienna, and started after a short period in private industry a diplomatic career, where he started out in Belgrade, then was a few years in Moscow, became ambassador in China and ambassador at the United Nations. And in the last years, he used to be the special envoy for OSCE in Ukraine, one of the hotspots. Insofar, he is a man who knows not only Eastern Europe, but also Southeastern Europe. And I would like you, Martin, to start your presentation. Please go on.
Werner, thank you very much. Thank you for this very nice introductory words. A general remark at the very beginning. We speak about 1989 as the miraculous year of change in Eastern Europe, in Central and Eastern Europe. 1990 is the year of the reunification of Germany. 1991, though, is an ominous year. It's the year of two collapses, of the collapses of first Yugoslavia and then of the Soviet Union. And I dare to say that 30 years later, the successor countries of these former big countries, even empires like the Soviet Union, still struggle with the consequences of this collapse. And we see this up to today. And in this year, in our current year, we will certainly often hear about this 30th anniversary of the collapse of Yugoslavia and of the Soviet Union. One country that is considered to be, so to say, the last heaven of Soviet Union is Belarus, and I would like to start with Belarus and the situation this country is in at the moment. I quote a headline from Izvestia, from the Russian newspaper, from the 25th of January. And the headline says, Army friendship, Russia and Belarus will hold record number of exercises this year. And the countries prepare for a joint strategic maneuvers in Sabad 21, which will be held in September. And the paper says that this will be one of the most massive exercises in the last years. And it also states that this is to strengthen the security of the Union state. They also speak about the creation of a logistical supply base. The Minister of Defense of Belarus has spoken about more activities on the western borders of Belarus and in Ukraine, and so the country needs more preparedness. The head of the border troops of Belarus has also invited Russia for joint inspections of the border of Belarus, and this will not only pertain to the Belarusian and Russian border, but to all the borders, including also Ukraine. And the military expert, that is quoted, who is quoted in this Izvestia article, also speaks about the necessity to keep up through Belarus the ties, the links for Russia to the exclave of Kaliningrad. I'm sure that this article and these statements will be very carefully read in the neighboring countries, in the neighboring Baltic countries, and in Poland, as well as obviously in Ukraine. We are seeing in this year, certainly, a military buildup on the territory of Belarus with strong Russian involvement. Up to now, Russia has two small bases in Belarus. It has one for a very low frequency station to keep, also submarines. And then there is also, a rocket early warning system in the southwest. But these are small bases, but the buildup will be different during the course of the year. When we speak about the situation in Belarus at the moment, Lukashenko has promised to present a new constitution by the beginning of the year. We haven't seen this constitution yet, and he now speaks about presenting this constitution at the end of the year. He also speaks about an all Belarusian Congress, and this will be held also maybe in the coming months. There is a stalemate at the moment between the regime and the opposition forces. And, but one thing is for sure. The chances that the regime will convince the population to be behind it is minimal, and I don't think that the population, the attitude of the population towards the regime will change. There will be a big trial held against one of the potential candidates, one of the candidates at the last elections against Lukashenko, the former director of the Belgazprom bank, Babariko. And he was considered to be the favorite of Russia in these elections. And there will be a big trial against the whole former directorate of this bank, of the Belgazprom bank, which is the bank of the giant of the Russian economy, Gazprom. And this will be a trial on money laundering. So this will be a very interesting trial. It will be a show trial against Babariko, against the enemy of Lukashenko in the elections. And this certainly will also then pertain to some discussion, is Lukashenko trying to fence off Russia? But when we heard what Svestia was quoting before, so we see where the real direction is of the interest from the Russian side. At the moment, there are more than 30,000 detainees among the Belarusian population, and the judicial system of Belarus is completely overburdened. How will they deal with so many people? And so many people who have been detained because they were not they did not agree with the results of the presidential elections. Amnesties are to be expected, but on the other hand, there will be again further trials of opposition leaders, and there might be also an attempt for linking these trials to possible further sanctions from the side of the EU. At the moment, we cannot see a sign that Lukashenko will keep his promise that he made to Putin last year that he will leave. At this juncture, there is no such sign. And he has spoken about this but last year, but now he doesn't speak about this anymore. And one speaks about that the unrest in the population has been going down. Yes, it was winter, pandemic situation with very high cases in Belarus, but with the upcoming spring and summer, there can be some changes, and if the population is still not allowed to leave the country as it is at the moment, for instance, for holidays, one can only expect that the dissatisfaction with the situation, with the regime, will again grow among the population. I want to quote an interesting phrase from a very really profound article of the Atlantic Council on the present situation of possible leadership change in Belarus. And this article just appeared this week on Monday. And this quote I would like to read to you. Moscow wants to replace Lukashenko with a new authoritarian ruler rather than allow another case of regime change. And my constatation is Moscow has not found up to now this new authoritarian ruler, so it sticks with the present one. And this, I think, will be the case for the whole year. Let me now move to Ukraine. The main concern in Ukraine at the moment is to have the guaranteed financial support from the IMF and the World Bank. And the obstacle is the fight against corruption. The Constitutional Court in Ukraine has made in the last year some very interesting rulings that were really against the fight against corruption in Ukraine. And Zelensky, the president, was forced to suspend the president, the head of the Constitutional Court, Tupitsky, which is an unseen move. And it is for Ukraine, it is really a question of, well, I wouldn't say life and death, but extremely important to again receive the money, receive aid from the IMF. There has been now just recently a proposal from the G7 ambassadors in Ukraine how to get out of this stalemate, how to get out of this very difficult situation. The G7 understands the problems that Zelensky has at the moment, and there are suggestions in this way, and we will see how he will do with this. Zelensky, I personally believe that he is really honestly trying to keep up the fight against corruption in his country, also in order to attract further investments to the country. This is, I think, problem number one in Ukraine at the moment and for the first months of this year. Also with the, how to fight the pandemic in Ukraine, this has quite big dimensions. At the moment, one doesn't see much of progress in the talks in Minsk that I was the moderator of until the end of 2019 for 4.5 years. The talks are not held in Minsk anymore. They are held via video conference, and this is obviously not very easy to move on in a present situation to get really results. One of the major results, though, is a ceasefire that more or less holds since the 27th of July of last year. And the figures of civilian casualties have, really astonishingly dropped, which shows that this ceasefire more or less holds up to now. There are, again, skirmishes, but one has to really say that this has held. I can only hope, and I can only express my hope that this ceasefire is not a ceasefire in order to keep hospitals clear of patients that would be, and the hospital beds that would be needed for patients of COVID and not for soldiers. And this is, an interest, if I may put it that way, on both sides of the conflict. At the moment, one cannot forecast how the Biden administration will react to the situation in Ukraine. Biden himself, as we know, knows the situation in Ukraine extremely well. He had regular telephone conversations with the former president of Poroshenko when he was vice president of the US. So it is also possible that Zelensky will try to invite the US to join the Normandy format, but there has also been an agreement from Russia on this. The Normandy format is activating itself. Just yesterday there was another video conference of the political advisors. So let's see how this will continue. I think what is also to be noted is that there are some there's a clear and stable popularity of Zelensky. It is going down, but not in trends that would be disturbing to him. With the situation in Belarus and the changing situation in Belarus, I'm sure that Ukraine will have also its own conclusions on this. And at the moment, we see attempts from the Ukrainian side. There was just a meeting between the Hungarian foreign minister and the Ukrainian foreign minister to really improve the bilateral relationship between Hungary and Ukraine. Why is this important? Because Hungary is blocking all attempts by Ukraine to improve its relationship with NATO. It is blocking it in NATO because of the situation of the Hungarian-speaking minority in Transcarpathia, and so there are attempts to move there. Let me move to Russia and speak about Russia at this juncture. At the moment, one really talks about only Navalny. But Navalny is, I think, also to be seen in the context of the parliamentary elections to be held in September. And his efforts to also influence these elections or even maybe to run at these elections. One can foresee now that he will not be allowed to run, but it is certainly his moves are to be seen in this context. And with the experiences in Belarus, one can only forecast that there will be problems with the expectations of the population. The election fraud will be quite difficult also at these elections, and also to bar other parties or movements from the participation in these elections will be quite difficult. There will be, if I may put it that way, an effect of the Belarusian virus also in Russia. And we have seen this with the widespread demonstrations that were held on the last weekend. What is interesting about these demonstrations? These demonstrations were held in 112 cities all over Russia, not anymore in all the big urban centers, but also in smaller cities of Russia. 112 cities. And there was a real, also a big demonstrations were held, especially also in Siberia and in the Far East. So it is a problem for the Russian leadership that spreads out all through the country, from St. Petersburg to Vladivostok. And if you take into account that nearly three-fourths of the Russian population is urban, lives in cities, then one can understand what it means if you have such heavy demonstrations in this country. In Austria, we only have about 60% of the population is urban. But in Russia, nearly three-fourths. And so if there are these demonstrations in the cities throughout the country, this is certainly quite a challenge for the leadership, and we will see how it will cope with this during the course of this year. There are also rumors about the future of Putin himself. Will Putin continue or not? Will he continue until the year 2036, i.e. for another 15 years? Putin will then be 84 in 2036. But if one sees that Biden became president with 77, 78, so what does it mean for Putin to be there, to be until 2036? He is now in power for 21, 22 years. So another 15 years would mean that Putin would be in power for about 37 years. Will the population accept that or not? Putin at this juncture is like a sphinx. One cannot predict what he really wants himself. And the rumors were clear, are even open in Russia, but there is the rumor that Putin is supposedly sick. But does a sick man jump into the ice-cold water as he did? Does a sick man have a great performance at the 4.5 hours press conference? Difficult to assess. But the rumors are there and of his health problems, and they are there all out Russia, and there is open discussion on this. What will be the relationship with the US? Well, we have seen, fortunately, that the extension of this New START agreement for 5 years, and there was the phone call with Biden, but it was very clear that there was disagreement on Ukraine, and there was also disagreement on Belarus. So we will see where the administration will head in this respect, the Biden administration. And the Biden administration has also clearly spoken out against the Nord Stream 2. So this will be the continuation of a policy that we have seen already under Trump. And this will also be important for us. This is an effect that we have to take into account also in the future. So there will be also some continuity. Finally, just some few words about Southeastern Europe, about what we generally call the Balkans. Question number one is a question of the credibility of Europe, of us Europeans towards the countries of the Western Balkans, of Southeastern Europe. Will finally the accession negotiations start with North Macedonia and Albania? To tell these countries all the time, well, you have to wait and it will take long, is certainly not enough. North Macedonia has made such efforts to meet the demands of its neighbors. But what now has come up with the demands also from Bulgaria is just unbelievable. Yes, there will be elections in Bulgaria in coming March, and maybe the situation will then change there. But imagine, we Austrians, when there were the accession negotiations with the countries of Central and Eastern Europe in the 90s and beginning of this century, and Austria was often considered to be blocking the accession of these countries. But Austria has never blocked, but what Bulgaria is now doing is just unbelievable. And it is not a policy that we in Austria can support. And I hope that we Austrians speak out very clearly, that this is unacceptable. The same pertains to the position towards the start of accession negotiations with Albania. This was then blocked now by the Netherlands. Well, this is simply also unacceptable. We have to give, we have to really stay to our word, to stick to our word and to our promises. This is what we have to do as Europeans. And this is a question of not only the credibility of the European Union, but the credibility of all of us ourselves. And I think this is important to say. As to continuity of US policy, there was an interesting move also by the Trump administration, by Trump personally, with the Washington agreements between Serbia and Kosovo on the 3rd and 4th of September last year. And so this was a positive element between Serbia and Kosovo on economic relations. and also the resumption of flights. Will there be continuity in this? Will there be will this economic cooperation then also evolve into more into political cooperation between Kosovo and Serbia? There will be elections in Kosovo, and also here it is a question of credibility of Europe, of the European Union towards the population of Kosovo. The Kosovoarian population is the only population in southeastern Europe and in Eastern Europe which still has a visa regime with the European Union. We abandoned the visa regime for more than 40 million Ukrainians, but we cannot abandon a visa regime for 1.5 million Kosovarians. Is this really a policy that is logical? By the way, let me just remark that the main actors from the European side on the policies in the Western Balkans, Borrell is the High Commissioner, High Representative, and Lajčák is the Special Representative for the Western Balkans. Both come from countries which don't recognize Kosovo. And this is at least an aspect that we should not, so to say, overlook. And also as Austrians, I think we have to have a clear line on this. We should also support the introduction of what they call the mini Schengen among the Western Balkan countries. And this would be important also to be really supported by the European Union. Finally, a last remark on Bosnia. There will be no elections in Bosnia this year. And there is the hope that the succession of the representative there, who is at the moment still Valentin Inzko, who has been on this in this position for more than 12 years now, and who wants to leave, and he wants to have as his successor, he hopes to have his successor, Christian Schmidt, the former German Minister of Agriculture. But it is not clear whether Russia will agree with this and how this will then proceed. If it will work out, then we might hope also for a greater involvement of Germany in Bosnia, in Bosnian politics, because also here we definitely need some fresh initiatives and some fresh thoughts. And with this, thank you very much. I remind you again, the year 1991 was the year of the collapses of Yugoslavia and of the Soviet Union. And in 2021, 30 years later, the successor countries of these two big states, empires, still struggle with the consequences of these collapses. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this clear picture on a rather unclear situation in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. And my first question would go, if we look at the situation in Russia, Russia is such a big and important neighbor for European Union, for the development of the whole continent. Now we are confronted with this new situation between Putin and Navalny, which endangers once more the relationship between EU and Russia. How do we see this development? How should European Union react? How can it react? And what could be the consequences?
The European Union is first and foremost also a union of values. And we are, what I always say, excuse me, as Europeans, we are exporters of values. And we should not stop not only exporting them, we are indirectly exporting them, just with the way we run our countries and we run our governments. And so if we have our values, live our values. And yesterday there was a quite interesting speech by our foreign minister, Alexander Schallenberg, at the Association, Foreign Policy Association and Association of UN. And he spoke about our values, our common values. He was very clear on this. So if we are based in our policies on these values, we just cannot sit there and watch what is going on in Russia at this moment. And not only we cannot sit there and simply take note of it. We have to speak out, and we have to make our positions and our values very clear. And the Russians insist that they have their state, their government, based on different values than the European Union. And they are proud of saying this. We have different values. Fine. If they have different values, we have our values, and we would like to assess the situation in Russia on the basis of our values. And one thing is, from my point of view, clear, that the vast majority of the middle class of the urban population in Russia values our values and would like to see our values also be the values of the Russian state, of the Russian Federation.
Thank you. If I go back to Belarus, highly interesting situation with all those protests against Lukashenko, and as you told us, also Russia's interest to keep Lukashenko as long as until they have found maybe a representative that is very close to Moscow in order to more or less keep control on Belarus. How strong do you think is this movement on the streets, this movement of opposition parties? Isn't it very, very difficult to keep the strength of this movement in a situation where there is so much oppression against the protests?
Well, I've tried to talk about this already in my introductory remarks. I personally believe that for Lukashenko and his regime, it is a lost case. And he will not be able to re-establish the support of the population in the way he wants to run this country. And it is not an issue of how many people go to the streets and how many people will demonstrate. Now that it's cold, now that there is the pandemic. I spoke about one fact before. If he continues to close the borders, also in the summer, and if the Belarusians cannot go and drive with their cars to the coast of the Black Sea, they like to go to Ukrainian shores of the Black Sea, and if this is blocked, or if they used to go to Poland, to Lithuania, to Latvia, if they are blocked in doing this, then I think there will be again further unrest. So we should not evaluate and judge the protest movement by how many people will appear on the streets. I think they know very well what is the situation, and they will struggle very hard, but unsuccessfully, to win over the population.
Yeah, dear Martin, thank you very much for this really highly interesting presentation, also for your clear words in characterizing not only the situation, but also the persons responsible for the developments. And I and all of us will wish you all the best for your activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Werner. Thank you. Pleasure.
And we will go immediately to our second part. After Eastern Europe now, Africa and the Mediterranean will be the topic. We have to make a little change because this will be an online presentation because Colonel Pusztai cannot be present, but I already can see him. Yeah, he is already there. And insofar, we can start immediately also with him. Wolfgang Pusztai is in Vienna already a well-known man.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, we try to get all. A little bit, you know, you certainly made a career, a military career on the one hand and an academic career on the other hand, starting out with studies at the Military Academy and the National Defense Academy, not only in Austria, but also in the United States, with high honors, which suddenly was a good basis for your future career within the military forces, but also within your academic career, because you also studied political science at the University of Vienna. You became Chief of Staff at EUFOR Althea in Bosnia. You became a military attaché in Italy, Greece, Tunisia, and Libya. And you became an expert not only for Libya, but for the whole Mediterranean space and the Northern African space. You are in a position that you can give advice not only to European institutions, but also to American institutions, because you certainly are part of a group of people that are the most familiar and best experts on the situation in Libya, in the Mediterranean space. So far, I just want to express my gratitude for your presentation and just ask you to go on immediately, please.
So, in Egypt, we have right now 106 million people. The estimate was that Egypt would reach 100 million in 2030, and this estimate was just about 10 years ago. 51% are below 25 years old. In the year 2050, there will be 160 million people living in Egypt. In Nigeria, demographic developments are even more, let's say, scary. Altogether, it needs to say that it will be impossible to create a sufficient number of jobs for the people, and there will be certainly increasing tensions within these countries, and there will be increasing tensions between the African countries with such kind of demographic developments. Corruption. One of the most corrupt countries in the world is South Sudan. In the Corruption Perception Index in the year 2019, it ranked 179 out of 180. Frequently, corruption in African countries is linked with abroad. There is not too much money around in Africa. A good friend of mine who is a senior official with US Aid said once to me, if we send more money to this specific country, we just produce more millionaires. So all this leads to discontent in these countries and widens the gap between the rich and poor. Environmental degradation and water scarcity. A good example is the Nile River Valley. Arable land is being lost to urbanization and wind-blown sands every year. The labor force employed in agriculture is in Egypt about 26%. In Sudan, we are talking about 80%. The drive to get some more water down the Nile River to northern Sudan and to Egypt by the Jungle Canal project in southern Sudan. Fortunately, this project was stopped because it would have had disastrous environment impact. Right now, the Great Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia is currently being filled. The impact of this Great Renaissance Dam on the water flooding in water supply in Sudan and Egypt is for the time being still unknown and a major source of tension. So agriculture is the most important employment sector in most African countries, but as I said, the size of arable land is decreasing every year. There are and there will be even more conflicts over agricultural land. At the current use, water scarcity will become an increasingly serious problem, especially between Egypt and Sudan, and between Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia. There are countries in the region, and now I want to talk about Turkey, whose economy is near to a collapse. Youth unemployment rate was last September 24%. The inflation rate, consumer prices raise, is about plus 15% every year. Already in 2018, almost 15% in Turkey lived below the poverty line. This leads to an ever-increasing aggressive foreign policy of Turkey to distract from the domestic situation and to pursue economic opportunities abroad. Altogether, these drivers of instability, conflict, and immigration are often leading to associated, frequently overlapping risk. Organized crime is a major problem in Libya. Smuggling of crude oil, of fuel, of weapons, stolen cars, all kinds of consumer goods, and especially subsidized products is a huge problem for Libya, but not only for Libya. Human trafficking, which is a big issue for Europe, is also a major issue for South Africa. Drug trafficking, especially from West African countries, the Nigerian drug cartels are infamous with the links to Europe, produce locally cannabis and deal with cocaine from Latin America, with heroin from Afghanistan and other Asian countries. Islamic extremism is exploiting the situation and the grievances of the population. A good example are the Sahel states. There are local groups there with local connections to the population. For example, the Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb draws heavily and recruits heavily from the local Tuareg. The Boko Haram from the Kanuri tribe in northern Nigeria. This makes it more difficult to differentiate between terrorists and locally other armed people for self-defense. The terrorist groups in this region benefit also from skilled foreign fighters who were fighting with Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan or the various Al-Qaeda offshoots in the Middle East and the Islamic State. Altogether, this Islamic extremism is also a threat for Europe. A threat for Europe in Europe because of the spread of radical Islamists among Europeans with roots in African countries and also, unfortunately, within migrants. a few migrants. It is also a threat for Europeans living in African countries, individuals and European companies. The next major risk in Africa is regional conflicts. Africa is actually, one could say, famous for the numerous number of regional conflicts. Let's have a look on Sudan. Major crisis areas and civil war areas are Darfur, where it is between peasant black Africans and nomadic Arab tribes. So it's about land, as I've indicated before while talking about the environmental degradation. It's about southern Kordofan and about the Blue Nile River areas. It's about the RBJ border area between the north and the south. So if you have a look on the map, on the religion and on the ethnic map of Sudan, it's no surprise that there are lots of conflict. Another issue is nationalism. I come again back to Turkey. Turkey is using military means in the Aegean Sea and around Cyprus to enforce or to protect its survey ships searching for natural gas below the bottom of the Aegean Sea and of the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey has intervened with military forces in Syria and Libya and in Azerbaijan. So what is the international interest with regard to Africa? China, I've used the slogan "buy without question," has mainly economic interests. The tools they are using is loans, cheap loans, or at the beginning cheap loans and major investments. They are providing know-how, but mainly by sending Chinese people over there. Education is not so much in their focus. And by selling cheap products. For the Chinese economy, there is a huge demand for resources to maintain the economic growth. So this is of vital importance for China. They are quite quick with their decisions. If there is a requirement for a project somewhere in Africa, if the European Union needs years to come to a decision, for China that's a matter of months. They offer technology and, as I said, they offer educated human resources, but they are not that eager to stabilize and to democratize these African countries. In the recent years, Russia is again sneaking into Africa, pursuing economic interests, seeking for strategic influence. One of their favorite tools of strategy are mercenaries. The famous or infamous Wagner company is engaged in Libya, in the Central African Republic, allegedly also in Somalia and in some other countries. And if you have a look on their successes in the Central African Republic, I would say they are quite a good tool for Russia to pursue its interests. Turkey. Turkey pursues an aggressive approach, as just mentioned before. They are pursuing economic interests. They need access to African resources. They need access to African markets. They need contracts for Turkish companies, especially construction companies abroad. And one of the tools, or one could also say it's an end of Turkish policy, is the promotion of political Islam. For the targeted countries, it doesn't matter if the promotion of Islam, political Islam, goes first, or if it's just a tool. The outcome is the same. This means somehow Islamization of the countries, which is not always to the best of the population there, and which has also maybe a negative impact on the stability of the regions. The tool of strategy they are using are the military tool. They are intervening with their own forces. They are providing training. They are selling arms. Turkey has a huge arms industry, and they seek for bases in strategic locations. An interesting tool of strategy they are using is Turkish Airlines. From Turkey, there are flight connections to almost every African capital. So if one wants to go from an African country, from a remote African country for negotiations or discussions to Turkey, it's an easy direct flight. On the European side, the situation looks a little bit different. The European interests with regard to Africa are not always clear, or let's say they are depend on the national standpoints. If we have a look again on Libya and on the French and the Italian interests in Libya, the Italian interests in Libya are mainly tied to migration or to counter-migration and tied to oil, to the huge Libyan oil resources. And therefore, they are in touch always with whoever is in charge in Tripoli. May it be an Islamist government as in 2014, or may it be the international recognized government of national accord as it is today. For the French, Libya is first and foremost about counterterrorism. If you have a look on the map on the right lower corner of this slide, you can see the uranium mines in Niger. For them, it's about to protect the Sahel states who are of key importance for the French industry, from terrorism from Libya and from terrorism supported by, let's say, Libyan militias. Therefore, the French are cooperating closely, at times closely, with the Libyan National Army, who is in charge and who is the only one Libyan force able to conduct counter-terrorism operations in Fezzan, in Libya's southwestern corner. Maybe it would be possible that the French and the Italians discuss about their common interests and that they find out what is their common ground for a stabilization of Libya. I would say if they're talking openly to each other, this could help both and the Libyans. So at the end, before coming to your questions, I would like to mention briefly a few hotspots. The Eastern Mediterranean. For Cyprus and for Greece, the situation is clear. There is an international law of the sea, and therefore the borderlines are as outlined on this map. For Turkey, it's not clear. They claim they have the longest coastline. They did not sign the International Convention on the Law of the Sea from the United Nations, and they claim that islands have no economic exclusion zone. They've signed the Turkish-Libya Maritime Agreement underlining these claims and delineating the economic exclusion zones between the two countries, just in between, in the Mediterranean, as if the Greek islands would not exist. The Greek, on the other side, made negotiations and the maritime agreement with Egypt underlining their own claims. Since a couple of days, there are negotiations, direct negotiations again, between Turkey and Greece, but it's not even clear what they are negotiating about. For the Greek, it's just about the economic exclusion zone. On the other side, Turkey wants to negotiate about the economic exclusion zones, about the territorial waters of the Greek islands, about the demilitarization of the islands, and so on. Greece is deeply disappointed from the European, especially from the German point of view, that they are somehow keeping out of the conflict. The sanctions they have imposed for the time being are not really effective. What would be effective would be at least an arms embargo. Economic sanctions on Turkey are certainly not in the interest of Greece and not in the interest of Europe. It is in the European interests to maintain Turkey as a stable state, and economic sanctions certainly could undermine this. Hotspot, North Africa, 10 years after the Arab Spring. Tunisia could become a role model for the others. A democratic state within the Arab world, a democratic state in the Middle East and North Africa. This is certainly a desirable perspective for Europe, but it is also a desirable perspective for the Arabs in Algeria, in Egypt, in Saudi Arabia, and so on, who have no intention to change the systems of rule they're having right now. In Tunisia, there are street riots again since a couple of days. The situation for the ordinary people, especially in the hinterland, did not better over the last 10 years. Yes, they are able to speak out freely, but the economic situation is dire, and the perspectives are not the best ones. This would be certainly a case for Europe to help the country to overcome this crisis and to help them in a careful way, to modernize their economy in a careful way, so not the way which was used for Yugoslavia in the 1980s by the World Bank. Libya. Libya is a country eventually breaking up. From my point of view, in about 10 years, Libya will be either broken up after a bloody war, or it will be a decentralized state, a federalist state. The next months and few years will show into which direction Libya is heading, or let's say how Libya is heading into this direction. Egypt. President al-Sisi is frequently blamed for his poor human rights record. Yes, that's true. But the challenges he is facing in his country are also tremendous. He is facing huge economic challenges. I have mentioned the demographic developments. And he is also facing a terrorism insurgency, especially in northern Sinai, in the Nile Delta, and in western Libya. Instability on the Nile would be a European nightmare. Al-Sisi needs, yes, of course, some push into the right direction with regard to human rights, but he also needs some more room to maneuver. The country is heavily dependent on funding from Saudi Arabia and from the United Arab Emirates. If Al-Sisi doesn't have a room to maneuver, it will be difficult for him to follow a more democratic approach. Hotspot Western Africa and the Sahel states. If you have a look on this map, you can see the security incidents in these states in December 2020 alone. So one could ask the question, how successful is the EU training mission in Mali and the UN mission there? I doubt that one could claim that this is a success story. Actually, the security situation in Mali is deteriorating. There is a spillover into northern Burkina Faso and into western Niger. Southwestern Libya is still a staging and logistic area for the various Islamist terrorist groups in these countries. A good example is that Al-Qaeda and Islamic Maghreb leader Abdel Malik Trubdel, he was infamous for leading this organization over 25 years, was killed by the French in northern Mali last June with American intelligence support, just when he was on the way back from Libya. Another hotspot is the Horn of Africa. This is no mistake when you have a look on the numerous flags and the arrow showing to Djibouti. All these countries have bases in Djibouti. The Red Sea and the entrance into the Gulf of Aden are strategic points where a huge amount of global maritime traffic passes through. And this is a reason for the presence of many major powers in this region. You can also see the Russians in Sudan. They are just there recently. You can see Turkey in northern Sudan and in Mogadishu with their own training mission. In difference to the European Union training mission there, they are not only training the Somalis, but they are also equipping them. And in part, they are also accompanying them and monitoring them in combat, which is probably the more efficient way than what Europe is doing. You can see in Yemen the three different kinds of conflict there in the northern part of Yemen. This is about the Houthis, the Shia Houthis, who are fighting against the Sunnis there. There is a conflict about secession in southern Yemen. This was a state on its own for decades. And you can see in the eastern part of Yemen, the flash about the terrorism problem they have over there. Terrorism related to Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Peninsula, and of course, they are almost everywhere the Islamic State. Somalia, I don't need to go into the details in there. You know that this is a country in civil war since more than 30 years. And the situation is slowly, very, very slowly improving. There are some areas where there are some good prospects, but on the other side, there is the real danger that also Kenya, northern part and the northeastern part of Kenya gets infected by Al-Shabaab, by the terrorists from Somalia. A rather new conflict, at least in the Western media, is the Tigray conflict. In November 2020, armed clashes started there. The president of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, wanted to end the politics of ethnic federalism, and he merged the ruling party which is based on the different regions, the ruling party of Ethiopia, in the new one. The Tigray, who dominated politics in Libya for about 30 years, did not join. The Tigray People's Liberation Front was dominating for more than 30 years, and they didn't want to give up this in an easy way. On November the 4th, they attacked Ethiopian military bases in Tigray. The central government, of course, intervened, and right now, as of the end of November, they controlled all the major cities. President Abiy Ahmed claimed that the war is over, but it isn't. The Tigray People's Liberation Front still controls most of the rural areas. There are hundreds of thousands of internal displaced people. According to UN figures, more than 2.3 million people don't have access to humanitarian aid, and there is a spillover to Somalia. So what could be done? There is the requirement to deal with the specific conflicts, but there is also a requirement for a real strategy for the stabilization of Africa. Please take 30 seconds and read this slide. I'm ready for your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Not easy to present such a big continent and the Mediterranean basin just within not even half an hour. So far, thank you very much for this picture and outlining the hotspots. If I ask you the question, if you look to the hotspots, where do you think is the highest danger of escalation that could also become dangerous for Europe, for European Union, or in a global aspect?
In the short term, I would say this is Libya. There is a ceasefire, but the ceasefire is fragile. There is an initiative by the UN Secretary General to send a civilian observer force to Libya to monitor the ceasefire. Such a civilian monitoring force would not be a deterrent for the warring factions, but it would at least, if it's properly structured and equipped observer force, and this is not yet clear, it would give at least a clear picture of what's going on the ground. So this would make it more likely that the two major parties would stick with the ceasefire. The main threat for the time being is not that the Libyan National Army under Marshal Haftar attempts again to start an offensive over Tripoli because they don't have the military capabilities. The risk is more that Turkey and the militias allied with the government of national accord could attempt to occupy the east. And this could easily lead to a regional escalation because Egypt's President al-Sisi had made clear that if the forces from Turkey and the government of national accord would cross the so-called red line between the cities of Sirte and Al-Shufra oasis, Egypt would intervene with military forces. And this could lead to a major regional escalation. So in the short term, I would say this is the conflict where Libya is probably most dangerous for regional stability from all the African conflicts. There is a new incoming UN Special Representative, Mr. Jan Kubiš from Slovakia. He assumes his position as of February the 1st. He will have a key role in dealing with this. In the mid to long term, I would point to Egypt. As I mentioned at the very beginning, the demographic developments in Egypt are really worrying. The insurgency is really worrying. The economic situation is a real challenge. And the strategy of the Islamic extremists over there aims to destabilize the country, aims to alienate the Egyptian population from the security forces, and aims to steer some kind of public discontent. In other words, to launch another revolution, as it was the case in 2011. And such a major public wave of protests could be a real problem for the stability of Egypt. If the current government, if the al-Sisi government is overthrown, I fear that Egypt could also end in some kind of civil war-like situations. And this would certainly not only be a problem for Libya, this would not only be a problem for Israel, this would, keeping in mind the huge population of Egypt and the strategic location of Egypt in mind, this could be also a major problem for Europe. Therefore, my advice to the European Union and to the European politicians is to help al-Sisi to overcome his economic difficulties and to support him in keeping his country stable.
Thank you for making clear how important this question also of water will be. Just last night we had a discussion here at Diplomatic Academy on the River Nile, and it was highly interesting to listen to experts from Egypt, from Sudan and from Ethiopia to the situation, and not only to the facts but also to the emotional situation. And if you think that, you know, already now in this region, only within those three countries, more than 250 million people are living. If you think that from the more than 100 million people out of the population of Egypt, 98% of the water is dependent or comes from the River Nile. You can see how difficult the situation can become within a few moments if there is a drought or any situation that could bring some escalation. My last question will be, you know, we talked about also about terrorist organizations. So in Africa we have Boko Haram, we still have Al-Qaeda, we have parts or rests of ISIS, of Daesh, and also in Somalia we have Bab al-Shabaab. So far, how big is the danger that comes out of those terrorist organizations for Europe?
If I understood correctly, you asked about how to contain this terrorism threat. Yeah. Is this correct?
It's correct.
From my point of view, it would be necessary to deal also here with the root causes why these terrorist organizations are getting support. And it is also very important to differentiate between the people in the region. A good example is a friend of mine who is a Tuareg living, let's say, somewhere in Central Africa, and I've discussed with him about terrorism, I've discussed with him about Islamists, and I've discussed with him about the support of the Tuareg to Al-Qaeda. He said to me, Wolfgang, who is a terrorist? We are talking about the young people from the Tuareg who have nothing, no income, who have no revenues, who want to establish a family. They are devout Muslims, and there is someone who wants to fight against those who are coming into our countries and who try to give them a perspective for the future. They move from this country where he is living into Mali and into Niger to support their friends and their brothers to fight against the foreign intrusion. They say, he said, and when they are coming back, they're living again with their family. You are sending over soldiers to Africa for 6 months or a year to fight in a peacekeeping force, as you call it. The Tuareg tribes are sending their sons and children, other children, to Mali and to Niger to fight for their brothers. So it is difficult to understand for them where is the difference. And as long as they don't have a real perspective for development, they will continue to send their sons to these terrorist groups, or let's say they will accept it. Some of these people are guarding, when they are back in Libya, the oil facilities. They are guarding the oil facilities, and one of the reasons why there are next to no terrorist attacks on these oil facilities in Fezzan is because they are coming from the same tribes. The terrorists, we call them terrorists, they call them freedom fighters, and the people guarding specific oil fields are coming from the same tribes. They say, why should we attack our brothers? So the key point is to better understand what's going on down there, and the key point is to give the people a real perspective for the future, so that they do not need to turn to Islamic extremism and to terrorist groups.
Yeah, thank you very much. I look at my watch and can see that the half an hour of presentation is already over. I want to thank you once again very, very much for your presentation and also answering the questions. And we go immediately to our next presentation. Please give us 1 minute in order to organize the technical change for the next presentation. Within 1 minute,
thank you very much.
We will come over. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we restart our conference. Thank you very much for your patience. And our next presentator will be Brigadier Magister Dr. Walter Feichtinger, well known in Austria by his television presentations. Walter Feichtinger graduated from military academy, became a tank officer, then started also political sciences at the University of Vienna, and he also became advisor to the Federal Chancellor of Austria. His main function in his academic and military career certainly was that he became the director of the Institute for Peace Support and Conflict Management, IFK, at the National Defense Ministry, a function he had for quite some years, I think 17 or 19 years, okay. He ended it last year, and now he has become the president of the Center for Strategic Analysis, cooperating very closely also with AIS. Yeah, he will talk about the Middle East, and I just ask him to start. Please, Walter, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen. The example of Libya. So what comes into mind? 10 years of our rebellion, regime changes, old problems, Iran's nuclear problem, for example, the geopolitical rivalry between Saudi Arabia and Iran, the Palestinian issue, the terror organization Daesh, and not to forget there are old new players in town. We should not forget that China is already on that step. And Turkey is increasing its influence. So I selected 5 topics we could try to discuss a little bit in the next few minutes. New orientation of Arabic Peninsula. I decided to find some aspects where I see a stronger impetus and a stronger dynamics that can change the situation in the region. Third point, anti-Iran coalition. Fourth point, failing a rebellion. And the fifth point is Turkish aspirations in the region. Let me start with the first one, the new orientation on the Arabic Peninsula. We still remember that Qatar was banned in June 2017 by other countries in the region. So it was totally blocked on the ground and on the air. And it was possible at the end of last year to overcome the situation. The United States were strongly supportive and inventive in that. And so it can be a game changer what we are witnessing now, what we are monitoring now that is on the region. From my point of view, a new orientation on the Arab Peninsula, should I take it closer? Okay. It is highly often. This is wrong. No,
okay. Now. Okay. So it is highly irrational from the countries in the region to have a new orientation, a new geopolitical orientation. What is the key point? Israel is not any longer enemy number 1. And it makes a huge difference to the behavior before, because now you are open to have a new orientation, you have cooperation, possible cooperation with Israel. And Israel, not to forget, is a strong player in the region. And it is a very modern state, and it is a state that has a highly sophisticated industry and so on. And the economy, not to forget. And economy is a very important point also because the future cannot provide enough income for the countries in the region that are only depending on oil revenues and incomes. So, who can help countries in the region in order to overcome the situation? One of the most important ones, from my understanding, is Israel. So, security-related, another topic. We saw that the decision of Saudi Arabia to attack Yemen and to intervene in Yemen was not a very wise decision, I would say. And it is a hard struggle to come out of this situation nowadays. And it can be very important to have a closer coalition, to have a stronger cooperation of the Arab countries and a good relation with Israel in that topic in addition. What does it mean in the end? What we are seeing is Israel is not any longer the enemy number one. Who could be the enemy number one in the future? It is quite close to many observers. It is Iran. So the whole behavior, the whole new arrangement in the region are focusing on building up a strong alliance against Iran. Is it necessary? Yes, to a certain extent, I will say, because the policy towards Iran really failed in many important points. So the US-Abraham Accords, what we see here on the slide, can be a game changer, bringing Arab countries together and have a strong cooperation with Israel in the future. One could bring it to a very simple formula for the Arab countries. We can't win against Israel, but we can win with Israel. That brings me to the next point. Here, only to demonstrate a little bit what does it mean on the ground. So we have the cooperation links. You can see it on the slide. And you can also see that there is one block against that, and that is the blocking of Iran. Let me go to the next point, that is the positioning of Israel. Israel is stronger than ever before. The Arab countries have a reorientation, and Israel has a strong support from the United States, as it was ever, but during the Trump administration it was stronger than before. And there was a strong political engagement in that context. And what did we see in reality? It was the recognition of Israel's sovereignty on Golan Heights. It was, I would say, the acceptance of the settlements in the West Bank that are covering about 1/3 of the whole West Bank. So some people say already the two-state solution is an illusion. It cannot be a solution in the future because the West Bank is already in the hand of Israel to a high extent. United States moved the embassy to Jerusalem, and the Palestinians do not have any longer the same saying in the US administration as they had before, or say influence. And regarding the Arab neighbors and countries, Israel is a strong and top modern industry useful for transforming Arab countries, economies, and maybe politics. So the economic cooperation and security cooperation brings new options, new orientations, and new means for the further orientation of the whole region in security terms. And not to forget, the political image of some Arab countries is, I would say, not the best, especially Saudi Arabia. And to have a closer cooperation and a better relationship with Israel can also be useful and helpful in this regard. So if the Arab countries want to be fit for future, I would say they need Israel, and they cannot see them any longer as the enemy number one. It has an impact on the Palestinian issue, and that will be one of the key points in the future, but I will come to that a little bit later on. Just to illustrate a little bit, please excuse the German terminology, the power struggle in the Persian Gulf, in the region, and you see a large Iran, and you see the other countries that are partly in cooperation and related and allied with Iran, and the other one that are mainly focused on the United States. Coming to Iran, we had so much hope in the JCPOA in 2015, signed here in Vienna, because it was the idea and the option to bring Iran to the table to have a negotiated solution on Iran's nuclear aspirations and to prevent a nuclear armament in the region beside Israel. So it was terrible and horrible to a certain extent when the United States decided, President Trump decided not to follow that line any longer and to try to bring Iran to the table again, including the missile issue and exerting a strategy of maximum pressure. 2 years later, 3 years later, we see that that strategy failed in total. There was no regime change in Iran. Maybe a certain regime change in the direction that the hardliners now have a stronger saying than before, but that was not the intention, why to engage with Iran. So I would say the isolation of Iran failed. Iran is a strong player, as strong as some years ago, and Iran has strong allies in the region, and they can have a strong impact, especially on security, on the countries, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, maybe all of the countries here in the region. So, the overwhelming objective that relates what I said before is to have a strong alliance towards Iran, against Iran, so to speak. And the maximum pressure strategy failed, the provocation failed, killing Soleimani, a very known Iranian brigadier in the region who was coordinating the activities of the Iranian-related armed forces in Syria, mainly and in Iraq. The killing was, from my understanding, a provocation towards Iran and a test. How will they react? What will they do? What can they do? And the reaction was, I would say, smooth. It was more rhetorical and so on. And that was only one test, but it cannot be fulfilled for a long time, I would say. Targeted killing is a very hard political mean that has its limits very, very soon. So isolation failed because we should not forget there's China in town, there's Russia in town, there's Turkey in town, and there is Qatar, who has a strong relation with Iran. And the strong allies I mentioned already with Hezbollah, the Assad regime and own units in Iraq, and the Hashd-Shabi in Iraq and partly also in Syria, they are still in place. So a reorientation to see Iran as a very strong and influential actor in the region was necessary. The big question behind for me is what can it bring? Can it bring Iran to the negotiation table? Can it bring back the JCPOA? Or will it go into the direction of more escalation? That is one of the biggest question marks from my understanding. Coming to the next point. Yeah, here you see only in addition, that the United States is still strong engaged in the region and is a very important and powerful military power. That brings me to the fourth point. I didn't like the term Arab Spring from the very beginning because it is misleading. I would say Arabellion fits more. And what is the result of Arabellion after 10 years? We have still demonstrations in Tunisia, the country that we had the most hope that it can overcome the situation. We had a regime change in Libya and in Egypt. It was mentioned by the previous speaker what is the final outcome in political terms. I would say it did not really fit. We have still a civil war in Syria. We have a Lebanon that is totally shaken, and everybody is surprised that it did not fail till now. We have Iraq in a situation that is, I would say, on a good way to a certain extent, but it is not for sure that it can do the transition to a more inclusive state and a more inclusive government. It depends mainly on other actors also, not one about this Iran. And may I cite a report of the Center for Strategic Analysis in this context that was doing a huge assessment of the situation in the region. And finally, they come to the result. The results are not good. For too many countries have become failed states in ways that go beyond the threat posed by Iran, extremism, and ethnic and sectarian divisions. They have failed to make adequate progress in civil and economic reforms, and they have stopped short of reducing corruption and incompetence in national politics and governance. Harsh, maybe true, but what does it show? It shows that to begin a revolution without having strong actors and a clear plan can end like this here in the Arabellion in different countries. So the Arabellion is not over, and we do not know what will be the impact in the next 10 years, because we know from experience that rebellions like that we witnessed here take time, 25 years on an average, and only 50% of them can or will be successful. That is a result, that is empiric result from many cases that were studied during the last 20 years. So Syria, I mentioned already, Syria, still a hotspot, not comparable to what we saw in 2017 or 2018, but what has to be mentioned here in Syria is that we have a concentration of jihadist fighters in the northwestern part, in the Idlib region, and we have a strong influence of Turkey on the northern border between Turkey and Syria. And that problems are not solved. That will be on the table for the next years and for the time onwards. One point that has to be mentioned in that context also is the so-called Islamic State or Daesh or the terrorist organization. From my understanding, what is the strategic intention today? They want to survive, and they survived. The caliphate was destroyed, but not IS as a whole. So survive is a top priority. Expand. Yeah, we see already in many countries that IS remnants are active and they are going to more action whenever it's possible. And they have to demonstrate that they are still alive. A single attack here in Austria is also useful in that context, because IS says it is in our spirit. We are behind that. That is our ally who was doing that. And that is also inspiring, and we know the problem, and the current situation is very supportive to people who are extremists and radicalization, and so on. So they are waiting and seeing what will be the future development, political development in the region and in other countries, waiting for the chance to act again as they did in 2015 and onwards. Next point, Turkey. I do not want to go into depth because it was already mentioned by Wolfgang Pusztai, but just to remember a little bit, what was in 2011? Many people were talking about the Turkish model. Can it be a model for the countries in unrest? Because they have a strong role of the Islam as religion, but they have a very strong political model that is based on secularism. We also saw it was the time of the Turkish foreign policy concept of zero problems. Turkey was very proud to announce that we have no problems with our neighbors. What do we see today? It changed totally. We see a Turkey that has regional power aspirations. We see a Turkey with energy hunger, with a militarization of the foreign policy, with showing a cold shoulder to Europe and to the West, with a strong support for the Muslim Brotherhood, being a strong ally of Qatar, and have a stronghold in Libya, not intending to leave Libya as it was intended by the international community. A few days ago, they should have had left. They didn't at all, and they will stay. They will continue to stay in Libya. And Turkey is causing problems, although in the eastern part of the Mediterranean, because they have gas hunger, and they want to exploit gas close to Cyprus, and they have exclusive economic zone, and so on. That is causing a lot of problems, not only with the neighbor Greece, not only with Cyprus. It is spreading into NATO. It is spreading into EU, and it has an impact on the whole development in the region. So Turkey should not be underestimated when you are looking at the Near East. One special point, gas exploration. Everybody knows the picture of the Uruguays here. And the other one, S-400, air defense missile, bought by Russia, from Russia. And one could say it is only a single element, but it has such a huge political impact because NATO itself is not in a situation to say, can we further on rely on our partner on the southern flank, on Turkey in total, when they have such strong relationship with Moscow and with Russia. So finally, a few points, outlook. Everybody looks at Washington. Everybody wants Joe Biden. Nearly everybody in Europe, I would say. And everybody expects Joe Biden to be part of the solution or be the big solution in many regions. I doubt a little bit because he has to do a lot at home. And the Near East is a very important region for the United States, but he cannot push the whole energy into the Near East because the focus will be on Asia, on China. So Near East is important to the United States, but it is not the overwhelming problem. Russia is still positioning in the Middle East. And one question that is related to Joe Biden is, will the Abraham Accords survive? Will it be of duration? Will it be accepted by all the participants? And will it have a positive impact also on Saudi Arabia, for example? I hope it, because it is a new attempt. And it can bring peace, but for me it is not for sure. So the next explanations by the US President Biden will be very informative, not decisive, but informative, how he sees it and how the United States will behave and will be engaged in that context in the near future. The Gulf countries, what is about them? Yeah, can they do the reorientation? Will it be a strong relationship with Israel also in the next time? Can it be of economic impact and economic advantage to everyone? And so the dynamic will come from the future behavior of the United States and the Arab countries in the region and the behavior of Iran. What can we offer, we as the international community, offer to Iran? To have a peaceful way, to bring the nuclear weapons program or nuclear program under control again. The return of the JCPOA is very important in the context. Will it be an inclusive or exclusive policy towards Iran? And that is, from my point of view, very decisive. So I mentioned it already, sustainability of Arab unity, to have a declaration at the end of 2020 doesn't mean that it is valid in the mid of 2021. So let us wait and see in that context. I would say it is a positive aspect in that region, a very positive aspect in that region, but it depends, and let us wait and see how it develops further on. And what was excluded till now is possible reactions of the Palestinians. They will have election this year, and will they accept that they are not as strong supported from the other countries as they have been in the past? Will we face a new intifada because they want to focus on the problem, they make it public to the whole international community? Nobody knows. I can't see. Let us wait for the elections or the phase before where the different actors have to illustrate their programs and what they stand for. So, Turkey's overstretch at the next point. From my understanding, Turkey is playing a very strong game, but it is also a little bit dangerous because the economic situation in Turkey is not really the best. And if they have a strong alliance of Arab states, it can also turn to a certain extent against Turkey. And that will be a very important point, how the Arab unity affects the relationship between Qatar and Turkey, for example, or Turkey's engagement in Libya. Big questions at the end. Will it come to a nuclear arms race in the Near East? We will see some indicators in the next time. Depends highly on the involvement of Iran in negotiations. And what will be with the two-state solutions? Does it has a future or not? It will not be expressed loudly, but on the ground, from the interpretation of the developments and the environment, I see there is a tendency that is not giving such a strong power to a two-state solution as it was before. So, what I wanted to give to you is some food for thought. No solution cannot be provided from my side. I think there are only a few persons who can bring some aspects towards a solution. And surprises will be on the table. Still again, we do not know how they will be. And can we stop again? And can we stop early enough? Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation and this very complex situation. I make it pretty short because you mentioned already so many perspectives and aspects. I mean, if we look to the situation in the Middle East as a whole, from day to day it becomes clearer that the main opponents are on the one hand Iran and the other hand Israel. Israel together with the Arab countries, Iran more or less alone. But we still also do have another regional actor, Turkey, that gets more and more active. And of course, there's still the Russian influence. Russian influence in Syria, in Libya, more activities in Turkey with the anti-missile system, and even with armament sales in Egypt and other regions.
Saudi Arabia.
So far, how do you see the role not only of the two main opponents, but also from the other regional and global powers like Turkey and Russia?
Thank you. Very interesting point, because when we look at the behavior of Russia during the last 10 years, during the rebellion, so to speak, we came to the point that we say, okay, Russia is perfect in filling vacuums. Yeah? They did not have, from the very beginning, a very proactive strategy in engaging in the region. But identifying vacuums and opportunities and options to engage and to come in and to gain influence, that was seen. And that was a very important point. That is a difference to Turkey, because Turkey, from my understanding, is very proactive. Turkey says, we want to engage also in Bergkarabakh. Yeah? We are very supportive to Azerbaijan in that context. We engage in Libya, and it was very decisive in Libya. So it was not filling a gap, filling a vacuum, it was the intention to engage in order to gain more influence in the future. So projecting it into the year 2021, I expect still Russia to be not too loud in engaging, but not to give up any position. You cannot put out Russia from Libya, not at all from Syria. They have already such a strong position in Syria that it is not necessary to act like Turkey. They have it already. They have the contracts for their marine base, for the naval base, and for the air force base, and so on, and certainly for many other things in economic terms and so on. And Turkey is very loud in that. What they have in common is that both state actors need a positive external engagement and image in order to keep the people calm at home. They have to deliver. They have to have something to say to the people, look, we are successful. We are strong. Please, you can be proud on us. So that do they have in common, but the approach, the strategy is very different from me. Turkey, I mentioned already, it depends on their resources. And the acceptance and the alliance of the Arab states. Turkey can immediately come into a very bad situation if the Arab alliance is very strong and they want to oppose Turkey in the region. One point. Russia, from my understanding, has a stronger staying in all these countries, and it is seen of one of the strategic partner or options for many of them, because Russia has to offer a lot. Oil and gas, military complexes, military armament, and so on, and experience, and nuclear technology. So Russia can provide a lot to all the states in the region compared to Turkey that is in a weaker position.
Okay. So thank you very much. I look at my watch and I can see that time, unfortunately, is already over. We now will have a break until 11 o'clock, and at 11 we will start out with India and South Asia. So far, thank you very much once again for your presentation, also for answering the question. And okay, we will cooperate quite a bit also in the future. Thank you.
I'm longing for.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will restart our strategic review on global hotspots. Due to the fact that the center of the world is changing from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indo-Pacific Ocean, of course, this second part after the break will be a very important one because we will occupy ourselves with the situation in South Asia, in East Asia, in Southeast Asia, and we will try to cover not only the hotspots, but also the general development between the main actors. And it's a great pleasure for me to present to you our next speaker. It is Ambassador Dr. Herbert Traxl. Herbert Traxl studied in Vienna and at the Johns Hopkins University in Bologna. He became a diplomat. He was ambassador in Ethiopia, in Iran, in India, also co-accredited to Bangladesh, Bhutan, the Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. And he also used to be an ambassador to Thailand, co-accredited to Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar. So you can imagine that his experience in South Asia and Southeast Asia is a quite unusual one. It's my pleasure because he's also a senior advisor for AIES and a board member. Please, Herbert, the stage is yours.
Werner, thank you very much for this very kind introduction and raising the expectations probably a little bit too high. But since I've got only about 20-25 minutes, let me come directly to the actual topic you've given me, which is, let me say, South Asia, with a particular emphasis on India, logically as a giant in this particular area. Very briefly in the beginning, situation today, domestically, after the elections in summer 2019, the government of Narendra Modi is firm in the saddle. Even so, if you have followed the news in the last few days, you might have seen unrest or farmers rising, things like that. But basically, if you go into the situation, into the opinion polls, Narendra Modi is uncontested, has the trust of most. China, if I'm correct in that, about 12. So yet, even so there's this difference, but if you leave that apart in questions of population, of size, of tradition, India in Asia, the only country which in a way comes close to China. But compared to years before, China is also an Indian political scene moved into the center of all kinds of political considerations. It's, one can say, the main political problem. Typically for that, Prime Minister Modi, who came into power, by the way, in the election 2014, the leader of big powers, he met most with Xi Jinping. A very large number of meetings. The criticism in India is, however, now, fine, you met so much. What came out of that for us? And there is a certain, I think, consideration of an expectations of ideals to real pragmatic situations. This came very clear in the last summer 2020, which brought, I would say, a further intensification of the conflict element of their relations. And I'll go to a certain number of problems. Outwardly, the most significant and most visible problem is the border. India had, I'll remind you of that because in the Indian mind it's already there. From the 50s, friendship and all that, it degenerated very quickly into a short, brief, sharp border war in 1962, which India lost very badly. And this is still in the mind of the country and of the people. This kind of burdens the relationship. 1988, there was a summit meeting between Beijing and Rajiv Gandhi from India. And there the decision was, okay, we disagree on the border, we will deal with the border separately, but we will go on with other sectors of cooperation, which in the meantime have increased and intensified exponentially. Trade. China today, one of the major, if not the major trade partner, bilateral. Culture, education, science, you name it. The border issue was supposed to be dealt eventually. This is a going on process of meeting at level of special representatives. Up to now, it came to nothing. The border, by the way, is called the line of actual control, and it is not specifically defined. There are disagreements. The attempts to define it, now one side blames the other one, of course. There are no agreements that one delimites it on maps, that one does it on the ground. So what you do have is a general... sorry. Okay. A general definition of a line of control where eventually on the ground there are always again disagreements. The Indian blame to China is China persecutes a salami tactic. Take a little bit more and say, oh, this is the line of control, we always have been there. Now, this last summer, in the middle of the COVID crisis, there came confrontations, violent confrontations, at first in northern Sikkim, and then in Ladakh. If I find the map, yeah, here we are. Here, you see this Aksai Chin, which is a disputed area, which India says is Indian, Chinese has taken it, and where you have got in the western part of that, this line, Mountainous close to the Karakorum, altitudes between 3,500 and 4,500. Disputed, the line of control is disputed since a long time. There were incidents. As I said, violent incidents. I have to add also, those violent incidents between India and China, following some agreements on, inverted comma, peace and tranquility at the frontier, meaning we don't shoot. So instead of not shooting, you take cudgels, you take your things and bash on the others. I'm mentioning that because there was one particular incident in a place called Galwan Valley, where two patrouilles run into each other, middle of the night, altitude, as I said, 4,000, 4,500, mountainous area. The Indian side ended with 20 dead, including one colonel. Chinese didn't say how many dead there were. This created an enormous impact on the public opinion in India towards China. So I said, series of incidents, Chinese blaming the Indians of doing something which they are not supposed to do on infrastructure at the border, Indians blaming the Chinese of pushing into so-called Indian territory, as I said, undefined line of actual control. The end was, you had meetings at military level, corps commander from both sides left at a general level. At the moment, there's still the 9th meeting going on, nothing achieved. Indians demanding China go back to the status quo ante. China saying the status quo ante, we are there where we are supposed to be, this is where it is. The result is that, don't forget, we're in January. You have got from both sides about 50,000 troops at this altitude, as I said, in the mountainous area, dug in. At the moment, no actual confrontations, but still there and no process. Question mark, what is going to happen when the snows are going to melt in March? Because there is no agreement on the issue of line of control on that one. What happened in the meantime was a few days ago, there was an incident in northern Sikkim at a place called Nakula, whatever, Nakuna, 5,000 meters. I'm wondering how that is possible. There was a confrontation again. So you can imagine, all this had a repercussion on the mood between, and I can only report on India, on the mood in India towards China. Popular demand is, let's cut our ties, let's don't buy Chinese goods anymore. The talks lead to nothing. So the issue is going to be, this is a conflict which has all the potential to, at least locally, to explode again. What will happen will depend a lot on extraneous factors, strategies of Xi Jinping. Don't forget next year the anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party, new administration in Washington, Chinese other domestic issues. So the question is, this is an open issue. On the border, let me mention that in the background, in the Indian and Chinese mind, is the issue of Tibet. Tibet for China, a clear issue, it's part of China. Tibet for India is an old emotional, religious links which were always across the Himalayas. There's a lot of criticism of the position of Nehru in 1950 when China went into that. There are certain facts, but as I said, the emotion is there. And to mention maybe the most important element of that, the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama, who has his headquarters in Dharamsala. For India, he is not supposed to do politics, but China is extremely sensitive. Dalai Lama, succession issue of Dalai Lama. This is another thing which will come up. Next, block of, now let me go back to, next block of issues, of questions, neighborhood of India. For India, the neighborhood, and I'm talking now of Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, basically Afghanistan, Pakistan, of course. This was India's backyard, where they were the bosses in the backyard. As I said before, things have changed. And India is feeling increasingly put under pressure by a China which enters into its backyard. Politically, economically. Pakistan, I'll come to that in a moment, even militarily. Let me give you the examples. Nepal, open border with India, but it has at the moment part of its Communist Party very much oriented towards Beijing. A territorial divergence of a very small element was played up enormously for domestic nationalistic purposes. On the other side, also to be mentioned, Nepal, being very sensitive to the big neighbor, blames India for mishandling certain issues. There was an economic blockade for a couple of months in 2015, which is in the mind of the Nepalis. Bangladesh, basically friendly government towards Delhi, but the increasing economic impact of China is sensible and can be felt. Sri Lanka, a very typical case. There's a political generation, the Rajapaksas again in power, and they always look towards Beijing. So you have massive investments from Beijing, and the main example of that is a port which was put up at the southern point of Sri Lanka, Hambantota. Question mark whether this was economically viable at all. The fact is that Sri Lanka could not pay back the debt to China, and China now took over this port for 90 years. Can you imagine the sensitivity strategically for Delhi? Maldives. Again, stronger influence from Beijing. There was a change of government recently with a bit, at first, a government which was oriented towards Beijing, now a bit more open towards Delhi again. There's a question mark, not much is known about that, of a research, so-called Ocean Observer Station in the northern atoll. What is the purpose of that? And Bhutan, always very much friendly towards close relationships with Delhi, but again, pressure, sensible pressure is to be felt from India. There was a major incident, 2017, Doklam, where India intervened on the side of Bhutan. Myanmar, finally, extremely sensitive, and Myanmar, important for China, connections into the Gulf of Bengal, important for India because it's bordering on very sensitive areas. Pakistan, of course. It's a neighbor, but it's a very special neighbor, a special case with that. Everybody will be aware of the crazy permanent confrontation which goes back virtually to the beginning of the two existence of the two countries after the partition. Pakistan with Kashmir, the revisionist power, India, the status quo power. 3.5 wars were fought during the last century. And what India blames Pakistan since that time is that Pakistan is leading a proxy war, an indirect war, a war of militants and terrorists against India. There were attempts for a dialogue. There were attempts for peace process. In the early 2000s, one spoke under Musharraf at that time, Vajpayee, Manmohan Singh on the Indian side, of an unbreakable peace process. And then again came terror attacks. In that case, in particular, the terror attack of Mumbai in 2008. Today, the situation is that Modi's government says, talk and China's Xi Jinping spoke of an investment 2015 of about $46 billion on that. Finally, China is also a nuclear partner of Pakistan. For India, that means in the case of a hard conflict, they have to calculate with the possibility of a two-front war. Pakistan gets more and more hardware, less from America and more from China. So that whole issue is, as usually, at the moment it's frozen. I do hope that the old practice of back-channel talks is still there. And so some way of connections are there. The key, that's finally to that, the key will remain for the foreseeable future, what is the position of the Pakistani army to that issue. Finally, this confrontation, cooperation, conflict, working together of China and India reflects most strongly in the Indian Ocean. That's why I left this map over there. India feels encircled by China. China considers the Indian Ocean for itself one of the most important traffic links of transportation, energy, all kinds of economic goods. So for China, there's a quotation of a military command and politician Zhao Nanqi: "We cannot longer accept the Indian Ocean as an ocean only of the Indians." To say we have to be there. Typically for that, China now emphasizes an old story of a navy command of the 15th century, Zheng He, Ming Dynasty, explorer admiral, who had a series of expeditions through the Indian Ocean until East Africa. And now is being said, of course, these seas has always been part of our China's zone of influence. I think this memory of Zheng He is a very important kind of thing. Now, I'll have to close up a little bit. There's the old theory of the so-called string of pearls. I mentioned Hambantota, Chittagong in Bangladesh, Kyaukphyu in Myanmar, Gwadar in particular, showing the increased Chinese presence of the Indian Ocean. Finally, to mention the major peace element of that, China, since 2017, has a naval base in Djibouti, which, by the way, for me personally, I used to go to Djibouti when I was in Ethiopia. This was French territory. So to imagine that today you do have a Chinese base, which seems to be quite large, close to a French base, of course, to a US base, and to Japanese, is the most interesting thing. So what India is doing, to round up, increasing its relationships economically, politically, militarily, to the area of the Indian Ocean. Seychelles, Mauritius, Madagascar is difficult for them because China is already strongly embedded there. Improve the situation with Sri Lanka, increase the relationship to other powers of the Indian Ocean, in particular France, never forget Réunion, Mayotte, Kerguelen Islands, Australia with the Christmas Islands, with the Cocoa Islands, and definitely last but not least, US with Diego Garcia, Chagos Islands. So the Indian reaction is, on one side, build up the bilateral relationships of countries for whom the Indian Ocean is of enormous importance. Revive, it's not India alone, the so-called Quad, the quadrilateral security dialogue of US, Japan, Australia, and India. It was slumbering for many years. There was a ministerial meeting of Quad last year. So this is being reinforced. Reinforce the old tradition of the so-called Malabar exercises of the navies, which used to be the Japan, US, and India. Australia for a long time had kept apart. I can't expand on that, but Australia is under very deep pressure from China for its economic coins. In the last Malabar exercise last December, Australia participated. So while India is keeping its distance from Chinese geopolitical instruments like the Belt Road Initiative, they were always criticized, and what it will have to do is this increased Chinese pressure nudges India to look for strong security partnerships with US, Europe, Japan, and Australia. I'll finish off with that.
Yeah, thank you very much. It really was a very compact and comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we do not have time to ask questions anymore, because otherwise our schedule would be rotten. And insofar, I once again want to thank you very, very much, and I hope we can read your presentation very soon, also in a way that we will publish pretty soon. So now we need 1 more minute in order to change technology for our next presentation, and already Nikolaus Scholik is preparing himself for that. So, time has come that we can continue our presentations. It always takes a little time in order to install the presentations. And now we start out with Dr. Nikolaus Scholik. Nikolaus Scholik, born in Vienna, has a career in private industry. And on the other hand, he also studied political science and became a militia officer to the rank of a colonel. He is cooperating with us already for quite some time, and he is our specialist for maritime questions, because he is not only the author, but also the editor of the only maritime handbook in German language. He is the one who will tell us and inform us about the situation in South China Sea and the whole maritime questions that are going on in this space. Please, Nikolaus, Scholik, if you go ahead, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Usually, in a discussion like this, the topic gets a definition to be easier, to be more comfortable with, and I'm happy that all my colleagues which spoke before me never did that, so it's not a repetition. A hotspot is a country or region where dangerous or difficult political situations exist or may erupt, especially where a war, revolution, or belligerent attitude towards another country exists or may develop. I found that in internet. I think it's a very good description of what a hotspot is, and it's a perfect description for the South China Sea. The South China Sea is an area of high or even the highest importance for world affairs. It is not only a regional, but it's really the global hotspot. If you watch the map, which shows, in principle, it shows the particular area where this confrontation takes place, but on the right bottom, you see that it's a vital part of the Indo-Pacific area. And the Indo-Pacific area is the one where the future and where the 21st century power game takes place. The first power game. It's like the final of the Champions League. And it's two nations which are fighting here, the United States of America and China. You can already see here on the map these 9 blue dashes which go along the coast of Vietnam, then go down up to Brunei, start again towards the Philippines, and reach finally on the top, the Taiwan island. This 9 dash line, as it is called, shows the expectation and the view of China about the territory in the South China Sea. Not what is inside the 9 dashes, not what is outside the 9 dashes from the Chinese view, all what is inside, which means China claims that all the South China Sea is Chinese territory. This is naturally not defendable against the UNCLOS agreement, the United Nations Conventions of the Law of the Sea, which defines clearly and undisputed that there is a 12 sea mile line and along every coast, which is national territory. There's a 200 sea mile line along each coast, which is an exclusive economic zone, but not national territory, and that's it. And that is globally recognized law. China does not accept that law. China says we have historical claims which stand above that law, which is a very interesting point because it shows that countries have different views of law. The first speaker talked about different values. Different values are one thing, different international law is another thing. And you see here that naturally in the bay between the Philippines and between Vietnam and China, there is a vast territory which is in principle internationally recognized as the high sea, which everybody can use on its own. Who is acting there? we have local, global, and regional players. In my conference, I will only and primarily deal with the two global actors. That does not mean that the local and the regional players have no importance. That's absolutely not the case. But it would be absolutely not possible to present all these relations, all these acting players in 20 minutes. That's not possible. Therefore, we have separated that. I will take care about the two global players in that area, and I will also concentrate not on political or economical facts. I will only concentrate it on what is called hard power. Hard power is the ultimate use in politics, and in a fight or in a battle or in a dispute about the leader role on the globe, hard power is an important factor. All the other factors will be dealt with Alfred Gerstl, who will follow in the second conference on that topic. Just to show you, China, USA are the global players. In the brackets, the United Nations, ASEAN, and the South Nation Cooperation. These are international organizations which are not directly acting in that area in hard power. They are acting naturally in relations, they are acting in representing their interests of their members, but they are not directly confronting themselves in that area. So we will really here concentrate on China and the United States. Why? There's one word, a simple one-word answer. Interests. Interests drive international policy, and naturally the interests of those two players are very different. You see here one of the islands in this territory, which is, in fact, for China very important because it allows a land power, and China is still primarily a land power, to control, to some respect, sea areas. In contradiction to the Chinese land power position is the position of the United States of America, which are the classical sea power. We will come later to that. And those two aspects, land power versus sea power, is a very old battle in history. That has happened in the last 2,000 or 3,000 years many, many times. And this is here the primer aspect of that confrontation. A2AD means anti-access area denial versus power projection. A2AD are land power assets to avoid or to interdict sea power to come close to its shores. The closer you can come to the shores of a country, the more you can act with hard power. If you cannot come close to shores, and that's what the Chinese have in mind, that is then A2AD, and power projection, the American answer to that is we have to be capable to give or to allow our power to reach other shores, and that on a global level. In fact, how will that dispute in the South China Sea now continue? First, the Chinese side. We have always to have in mind that the real power in China is not on the political level, it's not on the economic level. The real power in China, what happens is in the hands of the Communist Party of China. And the state president, a nice title for Xi Jinping, is in fact the chairman of the Communist Party, and that's his real power. This is the only real power in China. We never have to forget that. It's very important to have that. On the last Congress of the Chinese Party in 2017, This Congress happens all the 5 years. There were, as usually, targets put official, and one of the targets was that China has, from 2017 on, to develop a special socialism, an army on world-class level, and to solve the question of power in the party, because in the Chinese party there are also differences about the view how China has to develop, what China has to do. And the question of power has been solved. Xi Jinping has achieved a very important change in the composition of the Politburo. This has to be made from 9 members. It has been shortened to 7 members. And he, as the chairman, has, in case of dispute, the decisive voice. So that means that he is actually, and will be, in principle, until 2022, the real important man, the man who sets, who decides, who acts. The slogan of this party congress was "Never again," which means we never again have to be humiliated by other powers. We are a strong nation and we will not accept that. There are 4 points which are important for China. First, regional and some dominance in Asia. You cannot head for global power if you have not a solved and clear situation in the region where you are sitting. And that won't be easy. That is the first step. China is working very hard on that, as we all know. Second, recreate the territories of the Great China. One step to that was, in fact, the declaration to not accept the judgment of the International Court on the South China Sea. Third, re-emphasize the historical influence along the borders and adjacent seas, which means, in fact, to gain power and to be the dominant power in the area. And last, regain respect of other great powers. This seems to be very flu, but it is in Chinese thinking an extremely important point. China does not want to have, as we said already, humiliations again. And the motto is, make China great again. To become or to be a real world great power, you need hard power. You need, in the last respect, the capability of hard power. That doesn't mean that you always use it, but it's important to have it. And one weak point in Chinese hard power is the lack of sea power. And if you want to be a global power, you have to have sea power. 70% of the world is water. If you have to travel from one continent to the other, from one country to the other, you need a certain capability to secure your sea lines, to secure your transports of goods, your transports of merchandise, your incoming of energy, tankers, ships with coal. You have to have this sea power if you want to be a global player. Does China, or let's put the question, what does China has today? China has today one aircraft carrier school ship. Why do I say school ship? Because it is in fact a school ship with very limited fighting capabilities. This ship cannot be considered as really capable to go out and fight a sea battle. This is an old Russian ship bought in the year 98. China has made some corrections, has put on their own airplanes. They send it out in practically all the neighbor harbors and also in the Indian Ocean to make, as they call it, friendly visits. They show and they demonstrate that they are capable to have, at least in the moment, one carrier, but the Chinese know very well that that is not enough. I think we must have 5 to 6 aircraft carriers. It will take 20 to 30 years for the plan to deploy all of them and be able to conduct strike group operations. This is a Chinese maritime specialist who says that. He said it in 2017, and it shows that China is very clear about their own strengths and weaknesses. And they know that sea capability is actually the greatest weakness against the main competitor, the United States. What do they do now to get over this weakness? They plan to build in the next 10 years 3 new carriers. You see here on the PowerPoint, you see what they are. I won't go, because lack of time, into the details, but this is clearly a step with importance for the Chinese expectations to get more capability on sea and to get closer to what the United States already have. It also means that the first real carrier strike group could be operational sometimes between 23 and 25, the first, and then in 2030, the second one. And the number one rule in carrier operations is 1 carrier is no carrier, 2 carriers is 1 carrier, because these are very complex systems which have to be entertained, which undergo renovation, which undergo new equipment. There are trainings which have to be done, and it is in fact, and we can see that, for example, in the French Navy has 1 carrier strike group, operational, capable to fight, but they only have 1. And the French politicians can never be sure that they have this carrier group at this position when they would need it, because 1 is 0, 2 is 1. So, in fact, until 2030 approximate, China will have 2, probably 3 carriers, and will then make a first good, in their sense, good step in going at least in the greater neighborhood. This would not allow to China to become a global acting power. The United States, we have the 45th president, who recently left office, who created the slogan, America First. You could also, in the Chinese chart, say China First. It's approximately, these are very similar targets for the global presentation. What does China heads for? No security free riding, America, no security free riding of allies. There is no change. In the last 5, 6 presidents, they all have complained about too few efforts of allies compared to their own. Fair trade rules. Global trade is very important for the United States. Preserve liberty of trade and free commons. The commons is mainly the sea, the global sea. And as last point, maintain command of the commons. America is a sea power, primarily, not a land power, and therefore, naturally, has a very important goal. This means we have to be strong to maintain our command of the commons. And the slogan of the 45th president was, Make America Great Again. You remember, make China great again. Now, since the 21st of January, the 45th president is gone. Now it's Mr. Biden. And to my feeling, for that judgment, not of internal policy in the United States, not primarily judging policy with the allies, all the 4 points you see on the right hand, on the right side, will be absolutely kept going on for the Biden administration. There will be no change. There will be a change in the tone, there will be a change in the approach, but there is absolutely no change in the target. And this is a very, very, very important point, because everybody lives now a little bit in the dream that the world will become nicer. It will be nice, will be nice, will be nicer to talk, will be nicer to be there, but that doesn't work. This is the American hard power on sea. America has 10 nuclear aircraft carriers. 4 are in general in operations, 3 are in readiness, which means they are capable to be sent to some place in the earth in short time, and 3 are not available in the time frame of 6 months, which means you see now why there are so strict rules about the use of this kind of equipment. Conclusion. How to continue? How can we expect will that go further in the South China Sea? But the South China Sea is only a symbol for that fight of power. There are 2 possible options. Keen America is one, which means the 2 great powers continue without a war to work together, being rivals, being in some points, do not agree in many points, but not going to a big confrontation course. Or the other fact would be the so-called Thucydides trap. Professor Ellison from the University of Harvard has established, based on what happened in the Peloponnesian War 2,500 years ago, what happens if a ruling power is challenged by a rising power. He calls that the Thucydides trap, because that happens at that time, and he says we have also in the last at least 2,000 years lived many of these situations, and he has made a very clear study, very profound, very well presented. He has picked out 16 cases like this one now, and out of the 60 cases, unfortunately, 75% were solved by war. Only 25 were solved without war. So these are the 2 main options, let's say. My option, PCR and the USA have, by different perspectives, no interest in further escalation, nor in a great war. There's too much to lose and too few to win, especially for the PRC. Why? Because the PRC is not yet ready. They know it. They know they are not yet ready. They have to show flag. They want to insist that they are the power of the future, but they know they cannot yet ultimately, especially military-wise, confront the United States. And there's another sentence which I would like to tell you from Mr. Ellison. Not wise or not desirable, that does not mean impossible, which also means that we cannot be sure that something may happen. My option for the future, for the next 20 years, Cold War 2.0. We will continue in another kind of Cold War. It will be not the same as it was the first, but there will be a situation, hopefully without a shooting war, but with confrontation, and the ultimate aim of the 2 belligerents is we want, or either wants, to determine the rules of the world in the future. It's that has not to happen military-wise, but who establishes the rules? Who says how the world has to function? And that's the possible target which I see. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. It really was impressive, to get in touch with the mechanisms of sea war and sea hegemony. And certainly this will be a big question in the future. Looking to my watch, I have to renounce to ask any questions. Maybe one very short one. Do you think that China will be able to take over Taiwan in the next few years? There were some statements of experts that thought it was possible, maybe not so likely at the moment, but how do you see it militarily?
Military-wise, China is capable of taking over Taiwan. Military-wise, if they want to do it. But again, it's the same. China has nothing to win in doing that. China wants to win the world. They won't risk a war with the United States over Taiwan. The United States will not, to my feeling, go into a shooting war with China over Taiwan, because this is also another dimension. And I think it will continue. This is one of the areas, the whole area. This is a reflection of what happens in that area. Both are always trying, but they respect the ultimate frontier so far. And that will go another time.
Okay. So thank you very much. And we will continue with our next presentation. Maybe just 1 minute again in order to make the changes for the presentations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we may continue. And our next speaker will speak about East and Southeast Asia. And it will be Professor Dr. Alfred Gerstl. Alfred Gerstl studied at the University of Vienna, political science, and also in Sydney, Australia. And he started an academic career. For quite some time, he used to be assistant professor at the Department of East Asian Studies and Society at the University of Vienna. He was a visiting professor in St. Petersburg and in Novosibirsk, and he is acting in Olmutz in Czech Republic, and he is also the president of the Central European Institute of Asian Studies. Please, Alfred, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Werner. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. My topic for today is East and Southeast Asia, current political, security, economic developments. And when talking about East Asia and Southeast Asia, it is absolutely necessary to take the broader region into the focus, and broader region means the Asia-Pacific region. After the end of the Cold War in 1989, in the early 90s, there was a big political opportunity to promote multilateral cooperation, regional cooperation, deepened not only in Europe, but also in East Asia, in particular in Southeast Asia. So the first major region first major institution that was created was the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation in 1989. The driving forces behind this initiative, especially that's a trade initiative, were Japan and Australia. The logic and motive behind establishing APEC was to deal with the new realities after the demise of the Soviet Union, so the end of the Cold War, And in the Asia-Pacific region, the two main challenges were how to deal with China's economic, but also increasing military rise, and the perception of a decline of the United States and a possible military, maybe even economic withdrawal from the region. So institutions were created with the motive behind them to keep China down and keep the United States in. And the same logic also applies to the main actor of promoting regional cooperation, not only in Southeast Asia, not only in East Asia, but really in the whole Asia-Pacific region, and that's the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. So we use the term of the regional centrality of ASEAN, and interestingly, this centrality is still endorsed both by Beijing and Washington. What does centrality mean? Well, ASEAN was highly successful in deepening its own institutional cooperation with its 10 members, but also expanded to the neighborhood. It started with China, with Japan, then also included Australia and India, but also Russia, the European Union, and the United States. So just some of the institutions created by ASEAN were the ASEAN Regional Forum in 1994, which is still the largest security forum in the world, and then cooperation mechanism like the East Asia Summit. So this brings together the head of states of the 10 ASEAN members, but also of China, United States, India, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and South Korea. However, even so, ASEAN has successfully ASEANized the Asia-Pacific, which means institutions, but also the ASEAN diplomatic values and norms that underpin this institution. They have actually created a positive atmosphere for cooperation, or at least for talks and discussing certain problems. But if we look at the facts at the ground, when it comes to security, the United States is still the dominant power. And the question that we have discussed today, that we will discuss in the future ahead of us, is how long will the United States remain the main player? How long will it take for China to overtake the United States, in case that's the aim of the Chinese leadership? So Asia-Pacific was the term that was very popular and commonly used in the 1990s. That has changed in the last years. Today, when we look at the broader region, we use the term Indo-Pacific. And it has been popularized by the Trump administration. However, Donald Trump did not coin this term. It was the former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe who spoke about the Indo-Pacific since 2007. And since 2016, Japan has a formally called Free and Open Indo-Pacific strategy. The US have the same strategy or a similar strategy since 2019. The main difference between the Trump approach to the region and Obama's approach, which was labeled pivot to Asia, was that for Obama, yes, there were some conflicts with China, but in general, dialogue and even cooperation was regarded as possible. For Trump, his administration regarded China as a strategic rival, and cooperation was possible only at a very limited extent. If we just have a brief look at current trends and challenges in the Indo-Pacific, well, first of all, of course, the Indo-Pacific has become the economic powerhouse. It's really the growth engine for the other world regions. Even in the last year, which was severely hampered by, of course, the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, China has a growth of more than 2%. By the way, Vietnam has almost 3%. So the economic dynamic has clearly shifted to East Asia or the Indo-Pacific in general. And this, I would, of course, argue, this will also lead to a shift in the strategic importance of the region at the expense, especially of Europe. There are many, many challenges in the Indo-Pacific region. First of all, most nations are still developing countries, so they are They rely on economic development, on economic growth, and for this, but also, for instance, to deal with the impacts of climate change, they need peace, they need stability, they need cooperation, they need common forums and institutions to discuss and decide on cooperation. This, of course, is required to sustain their economic growth model. Yet, if we look at reality, well, it will be many, many challenges for cooperation in the future, and of course, already mentioned, the geostrategic competition between the United States and China. This includes economics, this includes the security sphere, and I can briefly talk about it. Of course, also, as already mentioned, the model of international order, so it would be the Washington consensus versus the Beijing consensus. In other words, the promotion of Western liberal democratic values versus non-interference from the Chinese side. However, the big caveats are that, of course, if a nation takes loan from China, they have to repay it, and if they fail so, for instance, they have to lease a port. We have heard the example of Hambantota in Sri Lanka or the port of Piraeus in Greece. The model of international order, of course, also translates into a rivalry concerning the model of domestic order. And again, we have the liberal democracy in the Western world versus the authoritarian development promoted by China. And if we face it realistically, for many authoritarian regimes, of course, this Chinese model is very popular because the government, the party in China manages to remain in power for decades without challenges from the public, as long as the societal contract works, which means people have at least the opportunity, the perception of becoming richer, or their kids having a better life, and as long as people do not demand democracy or too much democracy. China's influence is growing around the world. That's also something we have heard in the previous presentation. I will then briefly talk about the Belt and Road Initiative. When it comes to the new Biden administration, I also agree that there will be actually only a change in tone, but not in the fundamentals. So also Biden has already shown in the South China Sea that he also will uphold the freedom of navigation operations, which means he will militarily challenge China's territorial claims and sovereignty claims in the South China Sea. When it comes to Taiwan, there will be, of course, the strong relations will be maintained, but I will argue that the relationship with the previous Trump administration was closer than it will be under Biden. For the small and middle powers in the region, that's, for instance, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, but also Australia or South Korea, the main strategic challenge in the future will be to find a balance between the relations with China and the United States. So they will try everything to avoid to bandwagon or align with one of the great powers against the others. Because in this case, they will lose their strategic autonomy, will become too dependent, and with a hedging strategy, in fact, you can have both. For instance, close economic relations with China versus a security partnership with the United States. The Belt and Road Initiative was launched in 2013 by President Xi Jinping, so it's really his pet project and will be his legacy. Question will be, of course, if it will be upheld after his retirement. Right now, I would claim that at least for the next 5-10 years, it's a project we have to deal with. The Belt and Road Initiative impacts all parts of the world. Here on this map, you see that Latin America is excluded, but it has already been invited to join the initiative, and there's strong interest in the region. Why? Because China promises a lot of money, investments, especially in infrastructure building. So the idea behind the Belt and Road is to increase connectivity between the Asian sub-regions, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and as mentioned, even to Latin America and the Arctic. Apart from this economic connectivity logic, there are also aims to improve security, to deepen cultural and people-to-people ties among the participant countries and organizations. In the literature, it's highly contested whether or not the Belt and Road is a master plan of China to dominate Asia or the whole world. There are some colleagues who actually make this claim. However, I would prefer to argue that right now the Belt and Road, it's more a basket of different policies related to foreign, economic, domestic interests of China, which also reflects the logic of the initiatives. We do not only have the central government or the party, but also the provinces and even cities and of course the state-owned enterprises who have strong interests and stakes in these initiatives. So there are many different interests, motives coming together, which are difficult to coordinate. So economically, this initiative makes sense actually for many, many countries, regions to join, even European nations. However, we also see some of the limits of these initiatives. First of all, there are many promises of billions of dollars investments in countries, but many, many projects have been either downgraded or fully cancelled. That's due to the review processes in countries, even in the Philippines, for instance. Projects have been cancelled because they do not fulfill the economic, the environmental, or social standards of certain countries, and then it's very difficult to renegotiate. Some of the signature projects already mentioned in Sri Lanka, Port of Hambantota, or in Greece, the Port of Piraeus, also the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and the 17+1 cooperation format in Europe. Three countries that are most critical about the new Silk Road are the United States, Japan, and India. However, the two former ones that do cooperate on a certain level in infrastructure, development, or funding of the projects with China. The Belt and Road Initiative is actually also a very good example of the limits of China's smart power. So China has hard power. Its soft power, well, I would argue it still needs to be developed. And what's missing is the combination, hard and soft power in the concept of smart power. In establishing the Belt and Road, China uses already existing regional organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Asia and the Middle East, but it also creates new one when it thinks it facilitates its interest. And here, an example really next to our door is 17+1, highly criticized initiative. Actually, also criticized already in the last, I would argue, 3-4 years, from the Central Eastern European members, because they expected many, many more investments from China, but so far they failed to arrive. The Belt and Road is a big project, really a global project. However, it has built in it a bilateral logic. So most of the projects are negotiated between China and one participant countries or sub-regions. But the logic is really China is in the driving seat and all roads do not lead to Rome anymore, but to Beijing. South China Sea, I'm very grateful for Dr. Scholik's presentation, so for me very easy to summarize. The South China Sea is, in my view, the main hindrance for China to establish closer political, economic, security ties, not only with the Southeast Asian nations, but with almost all nations in the Indo-Pacific. Because the South China Sea is an illustration for China's great power behavior. It acts very assertive against the Southeast Asian claimant nations, but for instance also Australia, which also conducts kind of freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea. And of course, I think the main obstacle for China here is that it clearly shows its disrespect for international law. So in 2016, an arbitral tribunal of the Permanent Court of Arbitration in Den Haag issued its famous award, and in this award it was made clear that China's 9-dash line has no legal base under the so-called United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, but China refuses to accept this award. I just want to show you the two graphs because Ambassador Traxl already talked about the string of pearls strategy and also the China-Pakistan economic corridor. It only shows, and I want to illustrate that, of course, India is also severely impacted by China's geostrategic aims and reach. That's one of the key reasons why India has joined the so-called Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or Quad, which was initiated in 2007. It goes back to Japanese-Australian nuclears. Since then, the two parties have really cultivated very strong security cooperation. They have joined naval maneuvers, but even land maneuvers, which actually tells you a lot about Australia's changing perception, because Japan's attempted invasion of Australia during the Second World War is still not forgotten down under. The main aim of the Quad is to secure a free and open Indo-Pacific, and I would also argue that in the next year, thanks to the victory of Joe Biden, we will also see a stronger emphasis on promoting democracy and human rights in the Indo-Pacific region. There is a very interesting pattern if we look at the Quad in the last 15 years. China, of course, has always been highly critical about this joint initiative, and the first reaction in 2008, 2009 was to downgrade the engagement. Australia reduced it strongly, also India calmed down, but it changed in 2007. Even so, criticism from Beijing became stronger. Also, the cooperation among the Quad countries deepened. And we actually see this trend, and I think it will go on also under the Biden administration. Australia is a really interesting case to make because Australia faces not only criticism from China, but also harsh economic sanctions. The reason is that Australia was among the first countries to demand an independent investigation of how China handled the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in Wuhan. So since then, China has responded really harshly and put, for instance, wine or other agricultural products under sanctions. The Quadrilateral Alliance is, of course, not the only more recent cooperation agreement that we see in the Indo-Pacific region. Especially worth to mention is the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP. It, of course, is a further development of Obama's Trans-Pacific Partnership. So the idea was of the Obama administration to not only create a kind of security containment of China, but to back it up with an economic counter mechanism. So I think this two-pillar strategy was actually very smart. However, it was one of the first actions of Donald Trump after he became president to cancel the participation of the United States. For Japan, Australia, Vietnam, to upheld some elements, at least, of the TPP was absolutely crucial, and they succeeded in 2018. So all other members of the initial TPP, except the US, of course, joined it. Yet it has not become a counter-China alliance, of course, without the US, but also India is not participating. So the biggest countries, in fact, are Canada and Australia, and their economic power is, of course, limited. Interestingly, Biden mentioned the possibility that the US may join in the next months. So I think that's very realistic. Less realistic is that China will be able to join it. Even so, President Xi actually also mentioned China's interest. So this will be really interesting to see how the negotiations develop. An initiative that is associated with China, because China is the leading member, is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which was created a few months ago. It is associated with China, but it is a long-term initiative of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So, and here the idea was to bind together the main trading partners of ASEAN. And if you look at the map, not only the US is missing, but another key partner, which really hurt this project, that's India. India dropped out at the very end because it demanded more protection for its agricultural sector. So for China, very positive development. And of course, it's the dominant economy in this RCEP mechanism. I briefly talked about hedging, so I can skip this slide. We also talked about Taiwan. We not yet touched on Hong Kong, so let me just briefly mention it. Hong Kong, Taiwan, of course, are of concern not only for the Western nations, but also for the littoral states in the Indo-Pacific, especially what happens in Hong Kong. So the disregard for the agreement made with United Kingdom, and of course for the basic law in Hong Kong, of course, raises many question marks about a peaceful, a democratic future of Hong Kong, which of course is closely watched in Taiwan. So here, Taiwan is absolutely crucial for the Biden administration, for every US president, because here it's the test, together with the South China Sea, for the commitment of the United States to defend its partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific region. So if the United States would fail to strongly support Taiwan politically, economically, militarily, against Chinese aggressive actions, then it would completely lose its credibility in the Indo-Pacific region, but I would also say in Europe and other parts of the world. So to conclude, the Sino-US strategic rivalry will remain the defining structure for the 21st century. It has been already mentioned, it's also a rivalry who sets the norms and standards in politics, economics, technology, think of 5G for instance, and who upholds international law and multilateralism. All other nations have to react to this rivalry, and if we look at the Indo-Pacific right now, the strategy is to avoid sidelining, aligning with one of the major powers in order to secure its strategic autonomy. So it's a hedging strategy. ASEAN's centrality in the region has been so far very beneficial, also for the superpowers. So I think as long as neither China nor the US become too dominant, they will both benefit from this multilateral, inclusive regional cooperation approach of ASEAN. For the European Union, well, I see some role as an economic partner, but not in regard to a security provider. So what the EU can do, should do, is support the existing rules-based international and regional order to facilitate dialogue with ASEAN, with other great powers, and try to steer multilateralism also in the Indo-Pacific. And to conclude, if we look at the Indo-Pacific, we really have to keep in mind it does not only consist of China, there are many other great powers, there are many other small powers, and all of them are interesting economic, political, security partners. So it's not only China that we have to focus on, but we really have to look at the region and respect the diversity and deepen relations with the existing regional organizations, but also with the individual countries there. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Due to the time, the ongoing time, I just want to ask two very small questions in one.
Okay.
Sometimes I do have the impression in this game that we maybe underestimate the already existing role of Japan and maybe also a future role of Indonesia due to its development capabilities?
That's a very good point. Well, Japan was a very strong player, despite all the constitutional limitations under Prime Minister Abe. But I think that was also due to his personality, his actually very good, almost friendship with Donald Trump. So there was a very strong US-Japanese axis. Japan has become quieter under Prime Minister Suga. And I think its profile won't be as strong, as prominent as it has been under Abe. So this really is a personality issue. But the Southeast Asian nations in particular would invite a stronger Japan, also more security cooperation with Japan, in order to have another option to counterbalance China. Because US, under Biden, it will be more reliable, but you never know who the next president will be, whether the commitments stand as they have been made under Biden.
And Indonesia?
Indonesia always had big aspirations. Right now, there is a plan to become a stronger maritime actor in the region. So its navy has been upgraded. However, so far, it has been very shy of seeking the confrontation with China in the South China Sea. It does not regard itself as a claimant party in the South China Sea, but you can also argue that's a very smart strategy to buy time to actually foster its defense capabilities, to be stronger and be better able to confront China. But of course, what's very important for Indonesia is also the support of ASEAN, and very similar to, if we look at Europe, where Germany is the leading nation in the EU in case of Southeast Asia and ASEAN, it's of course Indonesia.
So then, thank you very much for your presentation and for answering the questions. And now we will change for our last presentation, an online presentation on the topic of space competition, a hotspot that is rising in its importance, and we are looking forward. So please, if you give us 1 or 2 minutes in order to bring in the presentations, and then we will open again. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we go into our last presentation, and this is certainly quite interesting because many people only know little about space, and especially space competition. It's my great pleasure that we will have a speaker that comes from outside, former Colonel Ralph Thiele. Ralph Thiele was born in Germany. He worked in different functions, very important functions for the German Minister of Defense and also the NATO Supreme Allied Commander for Europe. He had very important functions in the NATO Defense College in Rome and also in the General Staff and Command College in Hamburg. And he was involved in many plannings and situations of NATO. At the moment, he is the president of Eurodefense Germany. It's my pleasure. I want to say hello to him, and I'm really looking forward to his presentation on the topic of space competition. Please, Ralph, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the kind introduction, and it's a real pleasure as you scan the challenges, the global challenges, also to have a place for space and space competition. And in fact, this is quite a thrilling environment, as you will see and can see, actually. Looking here at the display at the moment, you can see the moon, where the Chinese, for example, managed to get to the dark side of the moon. You see the Mars as another next attractive target, objective to go to, where Americans, Chinese players in principle are preparing for. So space exploration, mining is one of the issues that's out there, and much more, and I'm going to share light on this. Coming now to the context, when you look at space, it's part of a couple of domains that are very closely interlinked. So we have air, land, sea, naturally, and we have the cyber domain that actually goes around everything and includes space. And my sensing these days is that we are in a time of turning tides, a lot of change coming on, and Corona, COVID-19, in principle, is a kind of accelerator of this change that was going on anyhow. Where everybody in every domain has to get used to is that data is the new oil, and it's driving both, it's well known to all the military and defense-related persons. For those who are not, that stands for observe, orient, decide, act, and it's in principle a loop that goes from detecting a target between peace and conflict, or better to phrase it, competition and conflict, and in between are gray zones, and it's not always very clear actually where we stand and what we have to fight right now and who is to engage. And when you look throughout the spectrum, something has come up that actually appears, even to me with 40 years experience in the armed forces and the defense, unbelievable. Two challenges have developed that we now have to deal with. and one is on the higher end of the capability spectrum. Particularly, it comes up with the hypersonic weapons and our present inability to deal sufficiently with them, dealing in terms of finding what's coming, when it's coming, which paths, which tracks it is taking. And here space, by the way, has an important role already, as you see on this blue indication here on the slide. But also very, very worrisome is we have a conceptual challenge because these gray zone hybrid conflicts that are playing both in the competition area of business, prosperity, geopolitical challenges, and conflict is not well addressed yet. It's not well recognized yet. And the dramatic improvements in technology that Russia and China, for example, have managed into their security and defense systems leads to a situation where they are superior in a couple of technologies that make it very difficult for us to deal with the situations. And here I speak particularly politically, to deal with these situations politically. And as our armed forces are not really well prepared to deal with these kind of challenges, competitors and opponents exploit their opportunities. They have been tasked in getting technologies into their armed forces, and space, which is a kind of backbone for Western nations, so i.e. NATO and the European Union faces, because our command, control, computer environment is built around the space backbone. They are now focusing their attacks on these capabilities in space, and it hampers both. It hampers our prosperity, our competitiveness in the business, but it also hampers our ability to keep ourselves secure and safe against combatant challenges. And what happens in principle, for those who are still aware of the escalation ladder of the past, what it does, it takes rungs out from the escalation ladder and makes it difficult for us to readily respond. And space is a core asset in that. What it makes even a little bit more complicated is that the enormous commercial leap we have into space. Roughly today, opposed to the past, 70% of the space industry's revenues are commercial. So it means the expertise, the know-how, the innovation is very much in the commercial, i.e. in the civil sector. And it includes things such as space mining, space tourism, space weather, communication, sensing, IoT applications, satellite servicing and maintenance, and dealing with debris. I'll come to that in a moment. Roughly today, more than 80 countries have entered into the global space industry, and in particular because they have understood that space has become a strategic industry with a highly technical workforce and plenty of spin-off effects for technology and economic growth. And as a past potato, you see 3 billionaires, Bezos, Elon Musk, and Richard Branson, and numerous startups, I have to mention, that drive innovation. So space has become a strategic enabler for nations, organizations, and business. It's key to national security, both military and economically, and it's applicable to a wide array of actors today. And this does not just include state actors, but also non-state actors with a variety of interests. Today there is a revolution going on in space, and you can see that in principle already by the numbers, but it's much more revolution in terms of functions and capabilities that come up there. In the past decades, we had more or less something like 2,500 satellites in space, And now Elon Musk, for example, with Starlink, is putting per month 60 new satellites up into space, into orbit. And he has achieved at the end of 2020, so a couple of weeks ago, 950 already, and has started in the North Pole, Alaska region, to give you a geographic expression, already to run business with that. First contractor has been the Pentagon, but it's also targeted at commercial customers. And what you will see is something like up to 40,000 satellites for him, 42,000 satellites by him. You can see on the picture that they communicate, four of them always communicate with each other and relay, so that you have a degree of safety that ensures that communication can take place. And it aims, of course, in particular at business, but it also supports the defense applications. At the same time, you see plenty of digital capable, interference-resistant, highly flexible in operations with enormous bandwidth computers, also in the GEO, so in the more distant orbit and in the medium external orbit. This is the MEOs are not so unimportant because actually they bring enormous bandwidth with low latency, so delays in the signals as they go forward and backward, so that there are real-time applications and near real-time applications possible that are very difficult to jam. So they offer to banks, finance institutes, and others a lot of applications as well for armed forces. And then there are other players like OneWeb and Kuiper that are planning on a comparable scale to Starlink. So we may expect something like another 100,000 additional satellites in space, opposed to 2,500 we had until the recent past. So you see, the revolution is taking place. It's taking off. And there are still much more other satellites to come. For example, I mentioned already the hypersonic weapons that have speeds up to Mach 30. So this is really, really fast. The standard is roughly about 5. There are others with 20 Mach. But this is really fast stuff. And the Pentagon already has contracted 2 companies to bring up satellites in space, for example, to detect such hypersonic weapon systems, or also ballistic missile systems, and then follow them on their track and deliver target information. So it's quite something going on. And along with these masses of large constellations that are coming up, we also have the problem of orbital debris, and this puts a premium on situational awareness in space. This may cover all kinds of everything, so from space weather to which satellites are going which paths. There needs to come up a kind of very active, agile space management of satellites. Very possibly artificial intelligence will be necessary to deal with all of that, and you have an increasing complex mix of government operators and commercial entities who have to deal with the situation as it is in space, because, as mentioned before, from a commercial point of view, there are critical functions for business of all kinds that we need critically, and of course the backbone, the military backbone as well, deals with space assets. So from there, this is a key function. In the past, we thought, and in fact, space was somehow fenced. Means the satellites were so distant that they could not be reached, and it was difficult actually to attack them, with a few exceptions. This has changed. Today, the opposite is true. There is no fence in space. When you look again at these space functional errors like SATCOM, ISR, positioning and timing, then early warning, space situational awareness, and weather, space weather forecast. There's quite a lot of going on that needs to be covered and protected. And when you look on the left side, there are plenty of ways to do that through denial and deception, through directed energy, orbital threats, ground side attacks. You have nuclear detonations as a possibility in space, in particular to take out communication. You have kinetic energy, and several players have that. Recently, I think India was the latest to show these capabilities. Then you have cyberspace, I come back to that, and also very, very important coming up. And here it is important because the Western nations have somehow forgotten the importance of electronic warfare capabilities. They now run under the term electromagnetic spectrum operations, EMSO, while Russia and China are pretty good at that. So there are plenty of challenges going on. And when you look, for example, at a real key front-end technology like quantum key distribution, you can see today that China, as the first nation in the world since 2016 already, has two space-based quantum key distribution satellites up there in space. For you in Austria, there's good and sad news. In principle, the technology comes from Austria, as I learned also with Swiss involvement, but it has been bought and now implemented by China. And other nations still will need some time to get it up there. And as China a couple of weeks ago has linked that to ground capabilities, they now run a net of 4,500 kilometers where they can send unbreakable cryptographic messages, encrypted messages, and with their quantum computing capabilities, they may be able to crack our encryptions that we have there. So there is a real degree of challenge, again, both for the commercial world and the security world, even when you think of foreign officers that like to have a couple of secrets. It's a real challenge. And it even gets worse when you look into details. The French Defense Minister Parly brought it up a couple of 2 years ago, when obviously a Russian satellite was approaching their satellites, because there are all kinds of activities and capabilities developing in space, and I've put a couple of those here onto this picture. You see high power microwaves, you see radio frequency jammers, you see lasers, you see chemical sprayers, you see kinetic kill vehicles, and one particular interesting things are robotic mechanisms, because they are in a way dual use. So you can use these robotics in space to repair satellites, but you can also use them to destroy satellites. So repair and destruction is both in reach of these satellites, and so you really have to track what they're doing and to find ways to deal with that. So there's a lot of engagement dynamics going on, and so it's no surprise that you see now the kind of cyber actors building in the militaries throughout the world to be able to better protect their assets in space, and also to look at all these threats and how to deal with them as they come up. Cyber is a particular interesting issue. I mentioned already that space and cyber are very related. I had the pleasure to run a study 2 years ago to look at all the attack vectors, cyber attack vectors that you have in our classical SATCOM, satellite communication capabilities. And we found something like 70 plus things, and they are described here. You see, you can use attack spacecraft and telemetry via cyber. You can attack the signals. In particular, the ground infrastructure can be attacked, and this is the thing when you look at gray zone and hybrid operations. In principle, it's not so difficult, unfortunately, to get into this infrastructure, to position yourself there in peacetime, to be able, if you have crisis coming up or even conflict, to attack our communication backbone as we need it, and to attack network connectivity, service, client computers, etc. And when you look at quantum capabilities as they come up, the big threat is a kind of silent takeover. So others can take over your space infrastructure without you knowing that they have this capability, and they can then play with that on their demand. So as the situation requires, and then suddenly you find that your key assets, that you don't own your key assets any longer. So quite a challenge. When you put things in a nutshell, you see challenges cross-cut space and cyber. There's a premium on disruptive and game-changing technologies as they come up, in particular as they are autonomous, reconfigurable, agile, and adaptable. And these include real-time, multi-space situational awareness, autonomous and automated space systems on board. Resilience is requested, and self-healing satellites. We see new concepts coming up in space and ground operations with enhanced predictive technologies or dynamic encryption and signal beaming based on mission needs. Actually, I met in Berlin a couple of months ago already Chinese investors that were looking for customers as they are just boosting these capabilities in space. So it's a kind of interactive and also kind of aggressive environment with a high premium, in particular on artificial intelligence, which will be a key driver of all these capabilities. You will see automated cyber offenses, defense, forensics, and analytics. And last but not least, the big raptor, when you think of Jurassic Park, the big raptor comes with quantum technologies to advance quantum capabilities in the area of computing, cryptography, and I would also include sensors with that. So much is going on. It needs attention. And in principle, as this competition is targeting both the business sector as defense and security, our challenge is to be good in the innovation loop, to be good in the cooperation, which is international, but also defense and the private sector, and to come forward with capabilities that keep us competitive and don't make us dependent, in particular, I think here, of Chinese capabilities, but of course there are others involved as well. This concludes my presentations. I'm happy to take questions if there are.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. My first question is, if you look to the military side of the space, you could say, okay, there are mainly three functions: to spy, the communication function between different troops, and also navigation, of course. So far, where do you think is the highest importance, and where is the highest competition?
Well, the key, so navigation is a must. So this is, I would say, this is the kind of basic function that you need to have because otherwise a lot of your systems on Earth have problems. but the real focus, the real money goes with communication. And you can see that from the military side in particular, because with all the data that drones, for example, but other sensors on Earth are delivering, in particular mobile sensors, they will need space communication to deliver these masses of data to evaluation centers at home that in principle in the reach-back function evaluate that in near real time and then pass it on to those soldiers that need the information for their actual operations that they have. So this big business on the military side clearly comes with satellite communication. It will be followed by sensors, but they come afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking very much about drones. So if you want to launch drones, you need communication in space. Is this right? Or
this is true. The exception are very small drones that just fly a couple of minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes or so. They normally are linked to a ground station, but in principle, their sensors are also limited what they bring. So when you take these drones that, for example, Germany applies here on in Afghanistan or the Predators or whatsoever, so these are not very large drones. They are much larger drones like the AGS drones that NATO flies. They come up this terabyte of data, and the challenge is to make these data actionable. Now, a couple of nations, classically Israel is one of those, merge already these data to have use less bandwidth. The problem is, by this you lose information that you actually need. So you need actually to pass on gigabyte and terabyte of data permanently, and you can do that through satellites, to satellite communication. And in principle, this is the same for the commercial sector. When you think of medium-sized companies that engage in Internet of Things, the same will apply to them. So this is where actually the core deliveries have to be achieved. This is why so much investment is in satellite communication these days.
How do you see the function for missile defense? And maybe also, if you can give us an answer, you can read a lot about the thesis that China does have already very advanced systems that really can become a threat for American capabilities in this field. How do you see that?
Well, we're actually not really good in missile defense. When I remember that right, we have a hit quote of something like 50%. So I talk about the US, so the capability to actually hit an incoming missile is at 50%. Actually, we have no valid weapons at the moment to deal with hypersonic weapons that come much faster. Here we are looking at laser technology and perhaps microwaves, but it's still a difficult undertaking. So now what that does it mean? I'm not completely sure about that, but in principle, I don't think that the missile defense systems we had in mind that are really, really expensive will be sufficient. Just on the other side, they will eat up our budgets while we have to look at capabilities that hit these very fast-moving targets anyhow. So the investment will change to hypersonic capabilities, and these can then also hit incoming missiles. So for this moment, we're really threatened by Chinese capabilities that can even sink US carriers and keep them out of the South China Sea. This is a serious challenge. And also at Russian capabilities, while we also have to have in mind that the US nuclear capabilities also need a modernization with regard to their age and capabilities that they have. So in dealing also politically with the threats, we have to speed up with our innovation to show to others, including Chinese and Russians, that this is no good path to take. Not having these capabilities just allows them to blackmail us in political difficult situations. And this is nothing we ever dreamt of in the last 50 years.
Yeah, this brings me to my last question. I mean, if I look to the activities of the Americans, Russians, Chinese, even the activities of India, and I try to compare it with Europe, I see a big lag. Is this true? Do we have, are we behind the development? What can we do in order not to lose the contact?
Yeah. So there are in principle two paths that you have to look at. One is over a long time, in principle, we also have to take note that there is a lot of research going on and administered in Asia. So again, taking China, for example, they send a lot of their best students and doctors to Europe to learn here at our research facilities and universities. The Netherlands just came up with a respective observation recently, and they then get promoted in important functions at home. But besides that, there is a lot of real own research there in Asia. So we really have to take a look at the distance, whether we can maintain the front end of research here in the Western, means European and American environment. Actually, when you look at quantum computing, for example, half of the researchers are European, but we don't get the traction right now to deliver the things. Now, why are Russia and China so good? Because they are much faster to apply and adapt commercial available capabilities. So capabilities that come from us, also from our cooperation with China and Russia, to adapt that into the military environment. While we in European defense business are very slow in adapting it. I just have to think of the Bundeswehr, where I served for 40 years. Our plans are to bring AI capabilities into the German army in the 30s. So this is quite ridiculous when you look at that. We have to speed up to make the technology advantage that we actually have and to apply that both commercially into ventures and also militarily in our defense. This is our option and challenge right now, and I think this would also be part of the transatlantic technology agenda that is not so much discussed at this moment, but in principle, Europe has to get its act together, and then it should get its act together with the United States to see how we can stay in front in this technology competition that serves both business and defense well.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for answering the questions. Of course, it would have been interesting to ask many other questions because this is more or less a new field where information is not so complete. Thank you so much, and okay.
Welcome, thank you.
To our next meeting.
Look forward. Thank you.
Before I close, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to announce our next AIUS talk. It will be on February the 10th in the afternoon at 4 p.m. And the title will be Arab Spring Without an Arab Summer. And we will talk about this issue with Dr. Martin Pabst from Munich. He has published a new book on this issue, and we are looking forward to talk to him. This time it will be in German language about arabischer Frühling ohne einen arabischen Sommer? Fragezeichen. Ich bin schon sehr interessiert und ich lade Sie herzlich dazu ein. Dankeschön. Thank you for your interest. Thank you also for your patience when we had just to change our technical systems. I'm looking forward for our next meeting.